Lab.
Hi, Barbie.
Hi, Ken. Hi, Barbie.
Getting the Barbie treatment. And this morning, fans of the doll and the show are saying,
Oh. Yes. Yes.
Today, Wednesday, October 25th, 2023.
From Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Today is my 44th birthday.
Celebrating our 1-year anniversary.
Mesa, Arizona.
Visiting from Estherville, Iowa.
Toledo, Ohio. And Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Hi, my grandkids, Vincent and Francis.
In Midland, Texas.
Celebrating 30 years of friendship at the Today Show.
On our first trip to New York.
From London, England.
Welcome back. Olympic figure skating legend Tara Lipinski has recently opened up about her grueling 5-year journey to have a baby.
NBC's Kaylee Hartung caught up with her at her house in Los Angeles for a very candid conversation with an exclusive update. Hey, Kaylee, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Tara Lipinski has been in the public eye for the majority of her life. But until recently, the NBC Sports figure skating analyst has been fighting a very private and what she has called a horrific struggle as she's tried to become a mother. Today, she is ready to share her full story and finally, her incredible joy.
Her grace and tenacity on the ice won her an Olympic gold medal at just 15 years old. And over the last 5 years, Tara Lipinski, now 41, says she's relied on that same resolve on her path to parenthood.
You have some incredible news to share.
I do. I have really incredible news to share, and it's that Todd and I have a baby girl, Georgie Winter, that arrived into our arms by the most beautiful surrogate.
Pure joy after what Tara and her husband Todd Kapostagi say was a painful and relentless journey, one that ultimately led them to a surrogate and a bond that they say was deeper than they could have ever imagined.
You were in the delivery room.
Yes.
What was that experience like?
My doctor had me playing like my favorite song, and I was bawling because I think there was just so much relief of, is this 5-year journey over? And then immediately, the baby's out screaming and on my chest, and we're doing skin to skin. And it was, again, one of those moments like, how did my life just change so quickly? And is this a dream? Because it feels like it.
A moment that was years in the making.
Can you name all of the procedures you've had?
Yes. I've been under anesthesia 24 times. I've had 6 failed transfers, 8 retrievals, 4 miscarriages, 4 DNCs, and then I was diagnosed with endometriosis, so I had 2 major surgeries.
When you say all of that out loud, can you wrap your mind around the fact that that is over? That you survived all of that and now there's a beautiful baby girl in this house with you?
I know. It feels, that's why I'm saying it feels so surreal.
How does the reality of motherhood compare to the expectation of it?
I feel so much gratitude. Just didn't happen for so long. And we're just very, very lucky that this happened for us.
Today, while sharing her incredible news, Tara says she hasn't lost sight of what it took to get here, or those who are still hoping to build their families.
I deal with this feeling of like a little guilt of, for all the people still in that wait, still hearing this news and thinking what I thought for those 5 years of when is it going to be my time, why me?
You kept your struggles private for so long. What led you to the decision to share?
I felt so alone, and I felt so isolated, and I felt so unseen. I just thought at some point I need to tell my story. And that's how the podcast sort of came to life.
Tara and Todd shoot their podcast Unexpecting in their basement and produce it themselves.
Not only do I feel more bonded to Todd, and we've had these conversations that I think we would have never had, but I also have now connected with this entire community, which is by far the most meaningful thing I've ever, I think, been able to be a part of.
While Tara says she wouldn't wish the challenges she's faced on anyone, they have taught her lessons in patience and empathy that she hopes to share with her daughter, Georgie.
What do you want her to know about this incredible story that it took to get her here?
I just want her to know that she was so wanted, that Todd and I thought about her for 5 years, and that we can't wait to hopefully be the best parents to her and give her a beautiful life.
Now, Tara and Todd also acknowledge that surrogacy is not something that's accessible to everyone. It's a very expensive process, and they feel lucky to be able to have afforded it. So increasing access to surrogacy and IVF treatments, it's something that she is very passionate about, and she wants to help others be able to build their families too.
I'm glad she's on that, and little Georgie is just so adorable. We're overjoyed for them.
Yeah, waiting so long for that moment. Wow, thank you, Kaylee. That's a beautiful story.
It really is. And you have more of that conversation coming up in the third hour, so we'll look for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kaylee.
Guys, I know it's early, but look at this. How often do you celebrate two things? It is your birthday.
And engaged yesterday.
Yes.
Wow.
A double. What's your name?
Sarah from Louisville, Kentucky.
And what's your name?
Connor.
Ask him how he did it. Ask him how he did it.
How'd you propose?
Central Park, right next to the
Perfect.
Oh, a Central Park proposal. Congratulations. Double celebration
They'll
right
never
here for
forget
those
their
two.
engagement because
Never.
it's a day before her birthday. Very nice.
yesterday. That's great.
Oh, so fun.
Yeah.
I love this crowd. Guys, coming up, did you see a familiar face walking
Yes.
around? And Miss
Yes.
Allison Williams is here. And if you love true crime, you're going to really enjoy her new project. It's a podcast. It's giving new life to a fascinating murder story. It rocked New York in the time of Alexander Hamilton. This is
Oh.
so interesting. So anyway, we'll talk about it.
Murder goes back that far, huh?
It
That's
sure
right.
does. It was the first murder trial in the new United States, right, Allison?
Wow.
Oh yeah. But anyway, back
We'll
over
save
to
some
Chassie
questions for
Post.
the interviews.
Yes.
There's Chassie Post, going to keep us stylish from head to toe. You got fedoras, Uncle Al loafers,
Oh.
Craig, and all the things.
Why did you say loafer and Craig?
Yeah.
I like a loafer.
When I think loafers.
I like
I
a
think-
loafer. And he is
Although
a
I think
loafer.
those may be women's loafers. And then after we shop, we're going to eat. Look who's joining us, by the way. Erin French from one of the most exclusive restaurants in the country. It's called The Lost Kitchen. It's up in Maine. She is going to treat us to some recipes for a chicken dish and a very special salad. Wow, that is really colorful.
Oh, can't wait for
Straight
that.
from the pages of her brand new cookbook.
Which is beautiful.
Beautiful cookbook.
Hey, coming up in the third hour, we've got a fascinating conversation about unlocking the hidden potential that is inside of all of us. What best-selling author Adam Grant
Love him.
has to say. I know you love him. It might change the way we all look at success, failure, and what it means to be great.
We're back, 8:35. We're playing your song, Allison. Allison Williams is here, and she's lending her talented voice to a new historical true crime podcast. It's called Erased, The Murder of Elma Sands. It tells the story of America's very first murder trial, and it takes listeners back to the 18th century. Allison, good morning.
Good morning.
What a cool project. It's a true story. When I first read about this, I'm like, is this a documentary? No, it's a play. It's a serial. It's a radio show.
Yeah, it's a radio show with like
actors doing the voices of these people that we only have rough transcripts of the original court trial.
So, but you do, I mean, they say it was the first murder trial in the United States
They
of
even
America.
mention it briefly in Hamilton. Because,
the play Hamilton.
Yes, because the co-counsel for the defense was Burr and Hamilton.
Which is kind of amazing.
Yeah.
By the way, talk about heavy hitters. That was like a dream team in the 17th
That's like part
century.
of what makes it so moving, because this girl was murdered in the Manhattan Well in current Soho, and the person who probably killed her was defended by like the most robust defense team imaginable in 1799, 1800. But the resonance with like today is wild. There was a pandemic, everyone was quarantining like just ahead of the murder and everything like that. It's just a really fantastic story.
So you and the producers basically looked at these old transcripts and then kind of from that wrote a script, but it's not in 1799 old-timey language.
No. I give all the credit to Alison Flom, who had the idea, was a tour guide through Manhattan and saw the well on a tour and was just like, something crazy happened here and historically significant.
That's
and
what
we
the
don't
well
know
is.
Elma's name.
Where this is it.
Yeah, that's the well. It's in the basement of a store.
In Soho.
Yes.
In New York City.
Yes, in New York City.
And that's where they found this poor girl's body.
Yes, and it's just there, and the story of the woman who died in there is unknown to us. Her name is unknown to us, and Alison became obsessed with the story, reached out to me, asked if I would come on to produce it and do the voice of her cousin, Catherine Ring, who tried to draw attention to this story, but was up against such a prodigious force of these two men and everyone else who was aligned with them. Even the stenographer, this was the first time they had a stenographer in a court case, I think tutored Hamilton's son, Philip. So even that, they got to look over the transcripts before they became public. It's hard to construct a story, but Alison did an incredible job of imagining what it might have
And
sounded
your co-stars, you have Tony Goldwyn.
Yeah, heard of him.
I've heard of him.
Yeah.
From Scandal, of Scandal fame, and he's playing Hamilton.
Yes.
I mean, it's really fun. How many parts are there?
There's episodes?
Yeah,
There's
episodes.
six.
Yeah,
there's
six episodes. Okay, I mean, it's cool. It's like an old-fashioned sort of.
I know,
listening
it
to the
really puts
radio
you
hour.
back there, and Alison narrates. It's confusing. I'm not talking about myself in the third
Yes.
person, but Alison narrates it and walks you through it. And
Is that
sort of
what's
is the
happened
tour
to you,
guide.
Alison Williams?
I have
Now
just
you're like-
lost all sense of perspective.
How is Alison Williams doing?
Alison Williams is great.
How
Thank
is
you for
Alison
asking.
Williams' little sweet little boy?
He's so cute. He's
How old
almost
is he
2.
now?
Almost 2.
Oh, Arlo.
We're in it. He is Arlo.
You named him after my family, Guthrie, right?
Yes, of
That's what
course.
I've
We
told
were like,
myself.
we can't name him Savannah. Doesn't feel right. We're gonna go with Arlo, which can also you can just join your family pretty soon.
So what is he up to these days?
He's really busy. He's the busiest person I know, which I think can be said about a lot of 2-year-olds.
Yeah.
He loves work. He likes leaf blowing. He likes sweeping. He likes vacuuming. He's really busy.
I
He
love it
honestly
when
like
these-
doesn't have time to really talk or cuddle.
Yeah, when you get those little kids that actually like the vacuum and like to push it, you're like, yes, thank you. I can get behind this.
He loves a vacuum so much that he has a series of very specific sound effects for them. One of what a vacuum sounds like on carpet, one of what it sounds like on the dog bed for our dog, wood, floor. He's very nuanced with his vacuum fandom.
I love it. You got a cleaner? That's a keeper, Allison. All right. Well, good to see you. Love to your
So
dad,
nice to
as
see you.
always. The
Thank
first
you.
3 episodes of Erased are available on Apple Podcasts, or you can listen to all 6 episodes right now, ad-free, if you subscribe to Lava for Good. And Allison's going to stick around and join Hoda and Jenna in our 4th hour. Speaking of Hoda.
Hey, girl. How are you? All right. 'Tis the season for turtlenecks, for pea coats, for all the good stuff. Chassis Post is here with Today Bestsellers, all about fall fashion. But first, this is Today on NBC. We are back with Today Bestsellers, and since we are in the swing of fall, it's time to stock up on fashion essentials like layering pieces. So our Shop Today contributor, Chassie Post, is here with everything we need. And if you want to purchase anything, all you have to do, scan the QR code right there at the bottom of the screen. So Chassie, I like the theme of this because these are all staples we can have, we can mix and match.
Yes.
We need, these are things we should have.
Things we should have that will really update pieces you already own, lift it up for fall. And Hoda, my first favorite, the ultimate sort of foundation piece, a bodysuit. And not only is it super flattering, like when I wear a bodysuit, I feel so, pulled together, but it's so versatile.
And it's a turtleneck bodysuit.
Yeah, so I love this one. It's from Mango Pop, and it's a little mock turtleneck. So for those of you who don't love all the fabric of a turtleneck, this is a great way to get the look. And why I love this one so much, the fabric, it's silky, it's stretchy.
It gives,
and I can vouch that it is a comfortable bodysuit. I have a couple of these and I wear them all the time. So these are range in sizes extra small through 2X. It's $26 and over 30 colors.
They're pretty much true to size, whatever you would normally wear.
These fit really great.
Okay, so let's talk about the skirt, which is a great pairing.
Oh my gosh. This faux leather skirt, I'm obsessed with it. And the leather look, mega trend this season. And what I love about this, it's such a great, elegant, sort of cool way to do the trend. It's a wrap faux leather skirt with a little, look at this little tie detail. So cute.
Really cute.
And
it's got a slit.
The faux leather feels so high quality.
Wear
It's
it
got
with boots
stretch.
or whatever.
Yeah, wear it with boots or
how about
this
these?
next shoe?
Okay, everybody's talking about this loafer. What is it about this loafer?
Chunky loafer. Hoda, see this sole here?
Yes.
This is probably the most comfortable shoe that I own. The chunky loafer is one of the hottest trends in shoes. And I mean, feel the inside. It's like walking on sunshine.
You're right. So if other than a sneaker, this is probably the best shoe to walk around in.
This is the only shoe I can wear other than a sneaker. I can walk for miles in these. And I mean, look at this chain detail.
What would you wear these with?
So stylish. Well, that's the thing. This is one of those instant updaters.
Okay.
I mean, these are a great investment because you can wear them with everything in your closet. From jeans, leggings. I love them with, a midi skirt, like a floral midi dress.
Okay.
Everything.
And you've got them in beautiful colors.
Yeah, lots of
patent
great
leather.
colors. I mean, these are a real winner.
All right, let's get some jewelry.
Oh my gosh, how cute are these little initial rings? Well, I mean, I guess they're sort of chunky, kind of like, that's a big trend in jewelry. So you can choose your initial.
Yeah.
So we have the H here.
Okay.
But you can also go for 2 initials, which is kind of on trend. You could do the HK on the other finger there.
Cute.
And you will not believe this. The price is about $12 and change.
What?
And the brand says they're made out of 14 karat gold plated over brass.
Okay.
So any jewelry lover, if you're thinking about gifts.
Can I say something else that's great about these? It's hard to find a ring that fits. This one, you can actually squeeze it to fit your finger.
Isn't that
That's
amazing?
the whole point.
These look so cool. I cannot believe the price.
Okay.
And another, really on trend thing in jewelry for fall is the bracelet stack or the bracelet party, right?
Yeah.
And this is an instant stack. This little set, 4 bracelets for $8.60. This is a great looking bracelet set. I mean, we've got the chunky chain, we've got the wide link, a bangle, and even like a classic serpentine. I mean, wear them all together, wear them with your watch, add them to your current stack.
By the way, they're $8. And great for gifts.
All
right, let's get the hats.
It's great. Okay, so Hoda, I love a felt fedora. This outfit may say fall, but now it really says fall.
Cool. That looks good on you.
Isn't it great?
Yeah.
This hat looks great on everyone.
Yeah.
I mean, it screams fall vibes, and I just think the details. Look, it's got that wide brim, the dimpled crown. Look at this beautiful, little ribbon detail here, and $38.
Come on, got
but I
about
think it
30
looks so
seconds. Take us to the pea coats.
Hoda, this coat is fabulous. I mean, look at all these sort of classic peacoat details. The wide lapel, it's double-breasted, 3/4 length, it's lined, pockets, and it's around $65. This fabric, feel that fabric. The brand says it's a wool blend, and this is one of those pieces, $65, such a great investment piece, never going out of style.
Never going out of style.
Ever.
Chassie, thank you. Let's start shopping. Scan our QR code or head to today.com/shop. Thanks again, Chas. Craig, over to you.
All right, Hoda Copy. We're in the kitchen with one of our absolute favorites. It's the Lost Kitchen's Aaron French. her recipe for the best tasting chicken cutlets you will ever eat. I can testify to it because I've been eating them for the last 5 minutes. But first, this is Today. And they're beautiful too, Erin, on NBC. And welcome back this morning on Today Food. Erin French is in the house. Erin, of course, is the chef and owner of The Lost Kitchen. It's a restaurant in Freedom, Maine, serving simple but really elegant dishes that highlight local produce there. And she is here this morning to show us how to make two of her staples, skillet cutlets. The table's already groaning. Also, a salad of leaves and blooms. And these are recipes from Erin's brand spanking new cookbook. It's called Big Heart, Little Stove. The cookbook itself, by the way, is beautiful.
Thank you.
I was flipping through it yesterday. Folks who pick up the cookbook, what can they expect inside?
Well, I mean, they're really just about having beautiful, simple recipes filled with love and intention. And you don't have to feel like you have to have sharp knives and a fancy sous vide machine, that you can make gorgeous food at home that really makes people feel delicious inside.
Well, I was sampling the cutlet in the kitchen a few moments ago, and I got to be honest with you, this is probably the best cutlet I've ever had. And I don't say that lightly.
It's a great recipe, so we should get it started.
Let's do it.
Well, the fun thing about this one, you can make this cutlets with pork, you can make it with chicken, and so kind of whatever you have. You can either get the cutlets at the store, or you can make your own.
See, Carson just said the same thing.
That's the best cutlet I've ever had.
Unbelievable.
That's
Drop
incredible.
the fork.
Where's this chicken from? It's a magic chicken.
Yes, so the first thing you want to do, if you want to make your own cutlets, you can take out a little aggression. So you've had a hard work day and just go for it.
I don't know why I'm making that face, by the way. All right, so I beat it up a little bit.
Yeah, beat it up a little bit. You want to get it nice and thin so that, I mean, however you want to do it.
Okay.
It's your cutlet,
All
it's
right.
your way.
So I've rolled.
You rolled,
All right.
you've got it nice and tender. So that's going to help tenderize it, and it's also going to get it nice and thin so that it fries up nice and easy and crispy.
Is there a thickness that you should have?
You want to go for like, a 1/4 of an inch
Okay.
to 1/2 an inch. And then we have all the delicious things that make it really tasty. So we start with...
These are the secrets, by the way.
Yes, the
These
secrets.
mix and steps.
There's a little bit of dry mustard in here.
Ooh.
There's a little bit of flour. And then our wet mixture, if you want to stir it up, Craig,
Yes, ma'am.
we've got some egg, a little bit of Dijon mustard, and some milk.
Just regular milk.
Regular milk.
Okay.
Sometimes you use heavy cream, but milk works just fine.
Okay.
And then our last mixture here is just a little bit of cornstarch. You've got some panko and some cornflakes for a little bit of crunch.
Ooh, cornflakes.
So
Cornflakes and panko.
double crunch.
Wow.
Cornstarch.
Double crunchy. So we can go ahead, and if you want to use these, that'll
ma'am.
keep your hands nice and clean. And you start with your dry mixture.
Dry first.
That's going to help that stick to the chicken.
Okay.
And then you want to go into the wet mixture, which is going to make that even stickier.
Okay.
And then comes the good part.
Dry.
This is when
Well.
we add it into the crispy,
Then we do crispy.
delicious bits
All right.
here.
Double dredge.
Yeah. the
You dredge it twice?
No. I mean, if you want to, if you're like the double dip kind of person.
I am.
Once is
Okay.
fine. Once
It's
is
crispy
fine.
enough without it. It's so crispy.
Oh my God.
So
So now we've
delicious.
got them perfectly ready. Just prepare them ahead of time, and then you're going to drop them into your prepared oil. And this is always 375 degrees. You can use canola oil. You can use vegetable oil, just something that doesn't have too much flavor. And then you're just going to do them until they're nice and golden brown like this. So
Now, here are the two secrets that you showed me in the back.
two secrets. So you just learned about this.
Never heard of this salt.
Malden salt.
Wait, what?
Malden salt.
Yeah, Malden.
Yeah,
Finishing.
you
Oh,
know.
yeah.
You
You
know.
have the flaky finish.
That's what I
Al
put on my
knows.
cookies.
You don't want to
Yeah.
sprinkle anything else. This is just, it's a little more expensive, but it's worth it. It's just for sprinkling, not for cooking. And then.
Here's the secret.
Yes, this is the secret. So a little bit of fennel pollen.
Fennel
Wow,
pollen.
fennel pollen.
Sprinkle that right on
Where do you
top.
buy
it's going to
that?
give flavor.
At
You
the
can
fennel
fi-
pollen store.
At the fennel, spice aisle, you'll find that.
Okay.
And then we like to serve it with just a little bit of shavings here, this Parmesan, and some lemon
People at
wedges.
home, make this tonight. It is so good.
Yes.
Follow the instructions.
Yes, and then after that, you need a little something because this is kind of rich. It's crispy, it's rich. You want a delicious salad to cut all of that. So this
I
is
would've
my
added
simple
wine.
dressing. You should use this on everything. So it's just some diced shallots.
Diced shallots.
There's some rice wine vinegar, which is a little bit sweet.
Rice wine.
Let that macerate.
And those shallots, don't you, and you let them sit for a while?
Yes, like 15 minutes or so.
And why
10,
do we do
15
that?
Minutes. That lets the flavor sort of soften. It makes the vinegar taste delicious. You don't want that onion pow in your face. You just want it to
Got it.
soften a bit.
Okay.
So you've got your dressing here, and all I do is, so now look how pretty this is after it's sat for a little bit. And what we do is we take a little bit of the shallots here and put them on the salad. You don't want to overdress. There's secrets to making salad, and this is something I always said to people who, if you're going to apply to work at the Lost Kitchen, there are two things you have to be able to do, and it's make whipped cream and plate a salad.
Make whipped cream and plate of salad. That's it.
All right.
So the
That's it.
secret
Why
is
not?
always use your hands, and you want to wash your hands in nice cold water so you're not using hot hands. Give it a nice toss.
And these beautiful flowers are from your garden.
They're from my garden. They're last of the season. So
Are they edible?
Are
or
these
are they just
flowers
they're all
Yeah.
edible. They're all edible. You plate this gorgeous salad, and this is love and intention. It doesn't take a lot. It's just a salad.
Beautiful.
But there's a little something special there.
Yes.
Chef, it's
you know.
dumb question time. I'm Carson, longtime listener, first time caller. Are these flowers, do they grow in an edible? Are they the edible ones different than just regular old flowers?
Yes.
Okay.
That wasn't
So
If I see a
wait,
flower
so
that
where
looks
do you
like
get-
it's in my garden, I
You
can't
can
eat
get
it?
these at the supermarket sometimes
Oh,
if you're
yeah?
really looking, but they're not hard to grow at home in your own little garden.
This is not just a flower you see on your
This is
walk
a
in the neighborhood.
nasturtium, so try it. It's spicy, it's delicious. It's the first edible flower I've ever had
It's
in
like
my
Gene
life.
Wilder and Willy Wonka.
Oh, there should
Yeah, and you just have fun.
Butterscotch.
Have fun with flowers. Make it feel special. Make it
delicious.
feel like it's so much love.
Aaron, you guys are about to shut down for the season.
Yeah.
End of October.
Yeah.
And you reopen when?
We opened back in May, so
And you still aren't taking reservations. You have to send the postcard.
yeah.
Right?
Gonna wait till next spring for reservations.
All right. Aaron, thank you.
Thank
Always
you.
a pleasure.
Best picture. Right here.
Today.com/food for this amazing recipe. And be sure to join us next week because Harry Smith paid another visit to the Lost Kitchen.
nice.
He went for a free meal. He's going to share that experience with us.
This morning on the third hour of Today, close call. New details emerge about the pilot accused of trying to bring down a plane, the struggle inside the cockpit, and what he allegedly admitted while still on board. Then later, scary season, reaching new heights. See how people are getting creative and spending big bucks to make their Halloween screams come true. And a personal conversation with figure skating legend and new mom, Tara Lipinski.
And I really have to say, unless you experience it, you'll never know.
How she's opening up about her journey to motherhood and why she's sharing her story to help other couples. Today, Wednesday, October 25th, 2023. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the third hour of Today. I am Dylan here with Al and Craig. Thanks for being with us on a Wednesday morning.
Yes.
Are we still
halfway there?
halfway there?
Hump day.
Finally, hump day.
Those are good chicken cutlets. There we go.
Mike.
Nailed it. Great
worse.
chicken cutlets. Thanks for
Aaron
saving me a
French
bite. I was
was-
picking them off your plate.
right.
All right, we do want to begin this morning with some stunning new information about that scary incident on board a packed plane.
That's right. The off-duty pilot accused of trying to turn off the plane's engines mid-flight appeared in court for the first time, and we're learning some new details about the struggle on board and what that man told police. NBC's Tom Costello covers aviation for us. He's been covering this story. Tom, what do we know?
Hi, guys. So both the FBI and the police in Portland, where the plane made an emergency landing, say Emerson admitted 84 people, including himself, could have died if he had been successful in bringing that plane down. Thankfully, the pilots on board managed to stop him. And he also told investigators he had been severely depressed and had recently taken psychedelic mushrooms. On suicide watch, Alaska Airlines pilot Joseph Emerson pleaded not guilty in an Oregon courtroom Tuesday to the state charges against him. 83 counts of attempted murder, another 83 for reckless endangerment, and one for endangering an aircraft. Also charged with the federal crime of interfering with a flight crew.
There is probable cause to believe that defendant has committed one of the offenses that is categorically subject to arrest.
The FBI and police affidavits suggest Emerson claimed he was suffering from a mental emergency on Sunday. Off duty and riding in the cockpit jump seat, he told the pilot and co-pilot, "I'm not okay," and admitted to grabbing the red fire suppression handles to shut down the plane's engines, struggling with the cockpit crew for nearly 30 seconds before they could kick him out of the cockpit.
We've got the guy that tried to shut the engines down out of the cockpit.
Witnesses say Emerson calmly walked to the rear of the plane where he allegedly told a flight attendant, "You need to cuff me right now or it's going to be bad." Once she handcuffed him, he allegedly said, "I messed everything up," and tried to kill everybody. Claimed he was having a nervous breakdown and had not slept in 40 hours. The affidavit says Emerson denied taking any medication, but told police he'd been depressed for 6 years, recently lost a friend, and had taken psychedelic mushrooms 48 hours prior to the flight. Psychiatrists say sleep deprivation combined with possible substance use and mental health issues can make someone feel detached.
When you add sleep deprivation for a long period of time with substance abuse, we are really going to see chances of break with reality, delusions, hallucinations, all of that potentially going up, and potentially even self-harm or harm to others.
The FAA's required pilot exams do not include in-depth mental health evaluations.
If you're seeing a mental health professional, you have to report that. And the doctor in his discussions with you will do an evaluation of how you respond to their questions. But as far as an in-depth psychological profile, no, they don't do it.
Alaska Airlines owns Horizon Air. It says it's reaching out to passengers individually to check in on them. They've given them a refund, also given them a check to hopefully make up for some of the inconvenience. The Alaska Airlines company is now crediting the crew for their skillful actions in a very difficult and thankfully unusual situation, guys.
Boy, that is for sure, Tom. So what can the airlines or even the FAA do to better screen or watch for pilots who may be experiencing mental health crises? Because it sounds like this is kind of an honor system as far as reporting mental health issues.
Bingo. That's the problem right here. And obviously, for a lot of pilots, it's not in their interest to self-report that they may have a mental health issue because they fear being taken off the job and they fear the stigma associated with it. So the FAA has these Q&A sessions, but there's not an in-depth evaluation. The airline chief pilot's office really does require pilots to self-report and then pilots to say, hey, my colleague may not be well. If you see something, say something, and that's the same thing as it goes around the country for pilots to watch for each other and watch out for each other.
Wow, Tom, okay, thanks so much.
Thank you, Tom.
All right, well, let's take a switch now to the countdown to Halloween. This year, folks are taking the spooky fun just to another level. I mean, pulling out all the stops, spending more cash than ever. NBC's Emily Akeda is live in a town where they take Halloween really seriously. Sleepy Hollow, New York, which is, of course, the setting for that famous short story about Ichabod Crane and the Headless Horseman. Emily, looks like you have hit the Halloween Super Bowl.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning to you all. You really can appreciate the attention to detail from the homeowner here in Sleepy Hollow, fittingly so. And you know those horror film fanatics, they're going to appreciate things like this, a nod to the Conjuring franchise. But also take a look at all of the skeletons. These skeletons are scattered throughout the entire yard. This is one of my favorites. Beware of the dog here. Love that. And we're going to make our way over to this tree of ghosts over here as we learn more Americans than ever are leaning into the spooky spirit, and they're spending big to celebrate. From a Barbie Scream House to Taylor Swift's Scares Tour, and even a Dead and Breakfast, this year decorating for Halloween is reaching a whole new level of spooky.
I just glanced over your shoulder because I noticed this lovely creature here.
Yes, we are into scary movies.
The village of Sleepy Hollow in New York that inspired the legend of the Headless Horseman is known for its festive Halloween spirit, with neighborhoods decked out with pumpkins and pirates. Denise Scaglione turned her front yard into a graveyard that's on trend, with a certain skeletal football player in awe of an uncanny pop star. Her home has gone viral on TikTok.
Do you think social media is driving people to go even more all out when it comes to Halloween decorations?
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's driving them for Halloween decorations, but even how to see people's decorations. People stop by all the time and take pictures. People will drive by, they realize what it is, they back up. It's really fun.
I love it.
TikTok users are showcasing impressive homes from coast to coast, with ghoulish creatures taking over lawns, 12-foot skeletons, even a scene out of Stranger Things. And who could forget Lewis, who went viral earlier this month?
I am not a jack-o'-lantern. My name is Lewis.
With Studio 1A even joining in on the fun.
I know that Lewis is all the rage. He sold out.
According to a recent survey by the National Retail Federation, more Americans than ever are getting in on the Halloween spirit, and nearly 8 in 10 of those celebrating are buying decorations, putting overall Halloween spending at $12.2 billion compared to last year's $10.6 billion. Good news for local businesses like Stewart's Farm and Granite Springs.
How have the pumpkin sales grown since you first started in 1963?
Well, people just bought a pumpkin and just brought it home. And now the people, they pick them up, they look at it. It's like a big thing picking it out.
It's a whole experience.
It is.
And I've got some tips from my new friends here for the procrastinators out there looking for ways to save money on Halloween and still getting into the Halloween spirit. First and foremost, don't be afraid to pull out those Christmas lights a little early. It's an easy way to brighten up your porch for those trick-or-treaters. You can incorporate nature into your decorations. Maybe it's dead branches or dead house plants, and they scream Halloween. And then a simple but reliable way, just shop your house for costumes or decorations. You know, you heard from the Scagliones. They actually use old patio tiles to make those gravestones for their Taylor Swift themed decorations. So lots of ways to get creative. And I've got some new friends here I'm walking away with as well. So having a good time out here in Sleepy Hollow.
Yeah, look new. Those are really old friends.
Or you can do like Craig does and just steal other people's stuff.
That's true. I also do that. Your brother, though, he went a little too far one year.
Well, yeah, growing up, we lived on a street where the trees like kind of crossed over the road, and he like stuffed clothes and hung a dead body over the road.
Pretend.
Pretend.
Thank you,
But
Emily.
The police had to come, told us to take
To cut down the fake body.
Oh,
I wasn't going to tell that
those
story.
dryers.
But, you know, watch out for us. All right, just ahead on today's checklist, we are helping you take control of your health by sharing what you should do before, during, and after a doctor's visit. Then later, figure skating icon Tara Lipinski shares her own health journey and opens up about the life-changing moment she became a mom. We'll be right back.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
October is Health Literacy Month. So this morning on today's checklist, we've got a guide to making well-informed decisions and preparing us all for doctor visits. We have our doctor here to help, NBC News medical contributor, Dr. Natalie Azar. Good morning, Dr. Nat.
Hi, guys. Good morning.
Welcome back. So what do you recommend before we even get to the doctor? What are some of the things we should do to prep for the visit?
There's a couple of things, and I know I've said it here before, and I say this to my patients all the time, especially if you're going in for a follow-up appointment. You know, some follow-up appointments are 15 to 20 minutes. It is not a long time, and by the time you get done talking about your children, you realize that you have like 5 minutes left, right? So make sure that you bring a list of the 3 most important things that you want to discuss, and don't wait until the end. This is what I say to people all the time, especially if it's an important symptom like chest pain. Come in right away and say, these are the things I'd like to get through, to make sure that you give them enough time. Definitely bring or make sure that you send in your outside medical records. This is important. Not only will it make the appointment much more efficient, but you'll avoid repeating tests that have already been done. We talk about how extraordinarily expensive medical care is.
Would it be helpful to send it ahead of time?
Yeah, absolutely. And just make sure the doctor has received it, though,
Right.
and that it can be scanned into the chart, even if it's an outside medical record. Bring your medication, and that includes supplements, things that aren't prescription. A lot of drug interactions can happen with supplements. We talk about that a lot. And the last one is really important. Depending on where your doctor practices and where you live in the country, if you know you're going to need an interpreter to translate, make sure that that the office has that capability. Or you can bring a family member who can speak English or the language that is needed for you.
Those are great tips. So that's all we need to take with us to the appointment. During the appointment, what should we be doing?
So we'll start with as I mentioned, obviously bringing somebody with you if you need help with the language. Bring a family member or a friend, and especially if you're a senior, bring a child with you to help take down notes, to make sure that you're truly understanding what the doctor is saying. We welcome that, right? Because we want to make sure that you as a patient are understanding what's going on. Take copious notes, whether it's on your phone, write things down, ask questions immediately if you don't get something, find out what next steps are, and also ask for material. Do you have handouts? Is there a website I can go to? Do you have any brochures, any videos that can accompany or complement what the doctor is saying? And at the very end, just to make sure you've gotten it all, ask the doctor to recap. What are we doing?
That's good.
What's the investigation? What's the follow-up?
Recap.
Okay, so you think you've processed everything, you go home, and then what?
The most important thing is to follow the doctor's instructions. But if you do have questions, make sure that you write them down. And this is really important. I would recommend not, every time you think of a question, to reach out to your doctor and ask that question. Take a beat, take a couple, you're laughing, take a couple of days.
I've done that.
Oh, yeah, I can only imagine how many you get.
Take a couple of days, make a list, and then also ask what your doctor's preferred communication is. Do they want a phone call? Are you messaging through the electronic medical record? Make a list, and don't be surprised if your doctor says schedule a follow-up to discuss if the list is lengthy. Track your symptoms and your side effects from your medication, and this is probably one of the most important things. Before, let's say your doctor starts you on a new medication, you're having side effects. Do not stop abruptly without asking if it's safe to do so. Not all medications can be stopped without a taper. You can speak to us. You can speak to the pharmacist. Super, super important. And that's about it. That's all on my list.
That was great.
You checked it. You checked off your list.
That was a great checklist.
Very
Nice. Thanks, Dr. Azar.
Thank you so much. All right, just ahead, figure skating icon Tara Lipinski opening up about her journey to motherhood and introducing her beautiful baby girl to the world. Then later, best-selling author Adam Grant is here to tell us what it really means to be great and how to unlock the potential he says lies within all of us. We'll be right back.
We're back now with an important and personal conversation with former Olympic ice skater and gold medalist Tara Lipinski.
This morning, she shared the thrilling news that she and her husband, Todd, welcomed a baby girl.
And she also opened up about their journey to becoming a family and the years of struggles before this joyous moment. NBC's Kaylee Hartung, she's back with more of that exclusive conversation with Tara. We're just so happy for her.
We are, absolutely. But the reality is that Tara says that the trauma she experienced while trying to start a family has changed her forever. The Olympic figure skating analyst says that infertility stole pieces of her that she can never get back. But with the help of a surrogate, she and her husband Todd have been given a gift more precious than gold.
It's a little girl. Her name is Georgie Winter, and her last name's Kapistashi. But I snuck in Lipinski as a third middle name. Winter for the nod to figure skating, and it seems like we're calling her Gigi as a little nickname.
Tara Lipinski says it's surreal to hold her baby girl in her arms.
I almost bring it back to how it felt as an athlete at the Olympics. You just don't see yourself as that person until it happens. And from 10:59, I was the girl wanting to win an Olympic Games, and then at 11, they give you a medal, and you're like, no, like, how did that happen? That doesn't feel real.
After 5 years of heartbreak, through multiple rounds of IVF, surgeries, and 4 miscarriages, Tara found a special teammate to make her dream of becoming a mother come true.
At what point through the heartache, the physical and mental pain, did you realize surrogacy was something you wanted to explore?
Well, the 5 years were just so grueling. And to be quite honest, in the beginning, surrogacy wasn't something that I wanted. You know, I was like, I want to be pregnant, I want to carry a baby, and that's the experience that I want. We hit obstacle after obstacle. At a certain point, the 4th miscarriage was really traumatizing. And I think I finally gave in to the idea of surrogacy, and I just thought bigger picture.
How different was surrogacy than what you imagined it to be?
Oh my gosh, it's so crazy. The bond I have with Michaela, she is family. She is, I'm gonna cry because she is the person that was able to bring us this beautiful baby. And I really have to say, unless you experience it, you'll never know, because I was the last person to feel this way about surrogacy, and I am blown away. But I call her and I'll cry and I'll be like, oh, I miss our daily, communication, and I miss the journey together.
It's crazy that From the comfort of their basement, Tara and her husband Todd Kapistashi have shared intimate details on their podcast, Unexpecting.
These miscarriages, the way that they happened, they just felt so cruel.
How did this journey change you?
Oh, it's changed me forever. I think there's pieces of me and parts of me that infertility stole and took that I'll never get back. And I'm okay with that. It's given Todd and I an incredible, I feel like, start on parenthood before we reached parenthood. We figured out how to support each other through really difficult times and frustrating times and sad times.
Today, their deep gratitude for their little girl is palpable.
How soon is Georgie going to be on skates?
Oh, very soon. I already have a gift of little knit ice skates, which are the cutest thing ever. We'll go skating whenever she wants. There's no pressure, but I feel like at some point I have to take her out there and show her what Bobby did for a very long time.
So much joy there. But guys, I have to say, when Tara first shared her news with me, she almost whispered it, because she said she feels some guilt amidst all of that joy, because she knows there are so many women feeling the way that she felt for all those years, asking, when will it be my time? But that goes hand in hand with why she wanted to be so open about sharing her journey and her experience, so that those women, those struggling with infertility, know that they're not alone.
Yeah, and there are many other ways.
Yes.
And to make it happen.
Yeah.
That was great.
It was great. Thank you, guys.
Again, she's been a part of the family for so long. We feel like,
so happy for them.
Yeah, she's going to be a great mom and dad.
All right, thank you so much, Kaylee. Coming up, we've got a really fascinating take on success, talent, and greatness. We got best-selling author Adam Grant here talking about the hidden potential inside all of us. And it's a Halloween style file. Costume ideas for the whole family. Very fitting on a Wednesday morning. They're creepy and they're kooky, mysterious and hooky. Third hour of Today. We'll be right back.
They've been great character.
how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
This morning in our series, Life Lessons, we are tackling a big question. How can we unlock our greatest talent?
Yeah, our next guest, wildly popular, by the way, he believes that the answer could be by rethinking the way that we view success.
Adam Grant is an organizational psychologist, best-selling author, and a favorite here. His new book, Hidden Potential, The Science of Achieving Greater Things, is out now. Adam, everybody's so excited that you're here.
We'll try to live up to that.
Yeah, because we want you to help us all be better. And, you know, a lot of people will think, well, I wasn't born into this or that, or I wasn't born with that talent. But you say that really has nothing to do with it. And it's really about finding, you know, those character skills in life.
Yeah, we all have hidden potential. And my favorite demonstration of this is economists study how much money you earn in your 20s and find that you can predict that from how many years of experience your kindergarten teacher had.
Oh, what?
Staggering. I could not
believe
believe it.
There's a correlation between your kindergarten teacher experience and your future salary.
Yeah, your adult success. So what is that? Most people assume, well, that teacher is really good at teaching math and reading, the cognitive skills that you need. Mm-hmm. And that's true in the short run, but in the long run, what the experienced teachers do is they teach kids character skills. Mm. They teach discipline, determination, proactivity, and those are ultimately the skills that help us grow.
Really cool.
Wow, I love that. Now, one of the other things you say, we've got to look out for the things that make us uncomfortable, because why are you looking at me? No.
I'm looking at the thing that makes me uncomfortable.
I thought so.
Not all discomfort is good.
No, but how does that make us better?
Well, I think a big part of growth is putting ourselves in situations that challenge us. And a lot of us avoid it because it feels awkward. We don't want to embarrass ourselves. One of the most incredible people I met while writing the book was a guy named Benny Lewis, who could not learn a foreign language in school, just struggled mightily. And now he speaks 10.
Wow.
And the big aha moment for him was when he realized he wasn't using the language. He was afraid to speak it because he didn't want to sound stupid.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And so what Benny does now is he goes to a foreign country and he engages in what he calls social skydiving, where he deliberately tries to make about 200 mistakes per day, knowing that if he uses the language more, even if he screws up, he's going to learn faster.
Wow. Increased mistakes you maintain as well.
Yeah.
So you also talk about a sponge. You use a sponge as a metaphor. Explain that.
Okay, so when I think about being a sponge, it's not just about absorbing information, it's also having a good filter for what information is useful. Not all critics are thinking critically, not all critics are speaking constructively. And I'm sure you've all had the experience of asking somebody for feedback after a performance, and it's not that useful. Some cheerleaders are basically just applauding your best self. and then you can get complacent. You have some critics who are attacking your worst self, and that can be extremely demoralizing. What you want are coaches, which are people who see your hidden potential and help you become a better version of yourself. And the way to get people to coach you instead of just cheerlead or criticize is instead of asking for feedback, you ask for advice. The research shows that if I ask, what can I do better next time, then instead of just kind of reviewing what happened yesterday, I get useful, actionable guidance for what I can do differently tomorrow.
I feel like the mindset, too, of asking someone to coach you, you can take advice from a coach, you know, good or bad.
Yeah, because you know they're trying to help you. They're looking out for you as opposed to judging you.
Yeah, and going with that whole coaching theme, one thing you say, you know, you think if you want to get better at something, you should practice, 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 but that's not actually what you should do.
Practice is not enough, and in part what happens is when people practice, they end up getting either burned out by the fact that it's extremely stressful, or they experience what psychologists call bore-out. Which is exactly what it sounds like.
We've all been there.
Yeah, being underwhelmed as opposed to overstimulated. So what we want to look for is deliberate play, not just deliberate practice, which is the idea of taking the daily grind and turning it into a source of daily joy.
Give us an example.
So a great example for me is Evelyn Glennie. I wrote about her in the book. She's a profoundly deaf musician who's a world-class perfectionist. And one of the things she does is she varies her practice to keep it fun. She'll wake up one morning and say, all right, let me see if I can harmonize Bach on a snare drum. And that's a really interesting and entertaining way to mix it up.
You know, well, going to the perfection thing, you know, we always say practice makes perfect, but you say perfection may actually be overrated, that we're striving for that, and that isn't the goal.
Yeah, empirically, perfectionists end up being more likely to burn out. They end up beating themselves up over small mistakes. They lose the forest and the trees. It can be a huge problem. And I know this from experience. I was a springboard diver, and I thought my job was to get perfect 10s. Turns out there's no such thing as a perfect 10. A 10 is for excellence. And so the most valuable thing that I learned was I'm actually aiming for different scores depending on how important something is to me. For me, when I write a book, I'm hoping for a 9. I put a lot of time into it. Hopefully many people will read it. When I write a social media post, target's 6.5, just above getting canceled.
Yeah. Wow. And you also maintain we should embrace our flaws.
I think we have to. How else do you grow?
Yeah.
This is all just very good advice.
I love this.
Thank you.
Try it at your own risk.
Your book's a 10. So, Adam, thank you so much.
Thank
Hidden
you.
Potential is out right now.
And come back. We want you to be a regular guest.
All right, coming up, some great Halloween costume ideas for your growing family in our Style File. See that? We'll be right back.
Pretend I'm the player.
Note to self, don't eat a Twix right before you're about to pop. It's all gooey. Halloween is next week. What better way to celebrate the spookiest day of the year than by dressing up with the ones you love? So here to show us some fun and stylish costumes for the whole family is, if you didn't recognize her, that's Grace Bastidas, editor-in-chief of Parents. So good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you,
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, well, we like that, Grace. So dressing up the whole family can be can be fun, but it can also be a little challenging. So you guys at Parents came up with some ideas.
Yes, for sure. So the trick to doing a costume theme is making sure everyone has their own interpretation of it. So I don't know if you've guessed already, but we're going as Martians. I think I'm a disco Martian, really. And my girls and I are dressing up, and they're doing their own thing. Some of us are, more gung-ho, and others are a little bit more lukewarm about Halloween.
No judgment.
No judgment, exactly.
Okay.
So the first family we've got, the Massillon family.
The Massillon.
Massillon family?
The Massillon
Or
family.
I take it back. It's the Addams family.
Ah.
Come on in. Gomez, Morticia, Cousin Thing, and Wednesday.
So the Addams Family is very popular this year thanks to the Netflix show Wednesday, and it's an easy one to pull off. All you have to do is ransack your closets for all the black clothes. So Theo, our Gomez, is wearing a pinstripe suit and a white button down, and Sherry is Morticia. So we kept it simple with her with a long black dress. Of course, the long black wig and the red lips are a must. And big sis Mackenzie is Wednesday with a black dress and a white collar that she can wear for school another day. But of course, we had to have the Wednesday signature braids. And then little sis Ellie is Cousin It, the cutest Cousin It we've ever seen,
it.
right?
All right.
With
You guys
a
are staying in
wig, hat,
character,
and
too.
sunglasses. They are. They're very serious. They won't break.
I was crazy.
They won't crack.
You want some candy?
Go ahead.
Trick or
Oh, yeah,
treat.
Give him
here
some
we go.
candy.
There's your candy there. Oh, that's funny. There's candy in there, too. All right,
They're not
there's
gonna
your
smile, 'cause they're-
There you go.
They're not.
Thank you, guys.
Okie doke.
All right, our next family is the Bermudez family. We've got Ninja Turtles, the whole
Ninja Turtles.
I love this.
So Amanda, Kim, Ryan, and Cameron, everybody loves the Ninja Turtles, whether you grew up with the series or just saw the latest movies.
This is so easy to put together.
And this is so easy. They're wearing matching green pajamas that they can lounge in after, when they're eating all their candy.
Rose and a half shell.
And for the accessories, all you need are multicolor sweatbands and superhero masks. You can make the belts out of brown felt. And don't forget everybody's Ninja Turtle initial. And for the shells, you can get crafty, make them out of cardboard,
We did.
but you can also buy them like we did.
So you can either keep it really
Trick or
simple.
treat,
Yeah.
Nice last minute costume, too.
Happy trick-or-treaters. All right, and for next week, if you're looking for a green thumb,
candy in there.
this is pretty good. We got the Laskin family. Even their houseplants, even the little sprout, little Izzy there.
So Jenna and Michael's family is growing, so they're blooming houseplants. And this is a great example for when one person loves Halloween and the other person not so much.
Yeah.
So Jenna is all in green and wearing a potted flower costume. Meanwhile, Michael is more casual in brown pants and a green t-shirt, and his says, pretend I'm a plant.
Like that.
I don't think he's fooling anybody, but the real stars are the kids. And Blake is in a green leotard tutu. She's all in green, and the sunflower headpiece make it. And baby Izzy is very comfortable in a onesie so they can make their rounds in their neighborhood.
And don't feed babies candy. What were you thinking?
That's for when she has teeth.
It's for mommy.
Save it. Couple
There you
years.
Thank you, guys.
All right, and then we've got the Lamb family.
I love
channeling their inner Mario brothers.
Yeah, so we have Parents Senior Social Media Editor Suhey and her husband Vic and their kids Lucio and Ayana. And they're dressed in a mix of costumes and real clothes to bring the Super Mario Brothers movie alive. So for Mario and Luigi, all you need are the overalls, green and red tops. You can buy the hat and glove sets online.
Mario.
And for Toad, we have a neutral bodysuit, white sweatpants, a blue vest that we've outlined with gold tape. So we got a little crafty, just enough. And of course, the iconic mushroom hat. For Princess Peach, we did go all out and get the full costume.
Right.
Everything for under $50, but I think Ayana's gonna be wearing this way
I
past
think so.
Halloween.
I think so, too.
Oh,
Let's
everyone's
let everybody back in.
This
Here
is
we
great.
go.
Oh, these are
All right.
really fun.
Well done on the costumes.
Nicely done.
Nice job.
Grace
Thank
and
you, everybody.
families, way to go. Woo!
Yeah.
Happy Halloween.
There you
Happy
go.
Halloween.
Oh, we just saw. Oh, I saw one of you smile. That's the one of the
Wednesday's not breaking Garrison. I like that.
Not.
All right, coming up in Today Food, we've got a Southern spin on steak. Simple recipe you can make for your family tonight as the third hour of Today comes right back.
We're back now with a special edition of Today Food, sponsored by Visit Myrtle Beach.
On this week's episode of Family Style, Mr. Roker headed down to God's country, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, where chefs and restaurateurs they're really serving up more than just delicious food.
I met some amazing folks like Jess Sagan here. She is the co-owner and chef of Winna's Kitchen, where she takes comfort food and elevates it and serves to her community and gives back by offering free meals to those in need. Jess, it is so good to see you again.
We're so glad to be here today. It's
So,
wonderful.
besides doing good, you guys cook good. You know?
Yeah, we do.
What is it's comfort food, but comfort food that gets taken up a notch.
Yeah, it's elevated some. Our idea was to kind of bring a higher end approach to food that we all love, but we use really high quality ingredients, and we prepare them with a lot of care. And so
It's all done with family, your daughter.
Makes
You
all
got
the
your-
difference.
I work with my daughter.
Got-
She's here with us today.
Oh, where's your daughter?
Hi, Tom.
Hey! Oh, you didn't want to come and be a part of the segment? What's her name?
Kinsey.
Yeah,
She's
Kinsey.
wonderful.
You'll get to meet Kinsey also and the grandkids in
Yeah.
Family Style. But we're making steak Diane.
Yes.
Well, it's kind of steak Diane.
Kinda
We call
Diane-ish.
it. Yes, there are a couple things. We're just going to salt these up.
Okay.
Salt, and you can pepper those real heavily.
Okay.
That's it.
There you go. You can put that in an already hot pan. We love this dish because really we couldn't say no to a lot of things. We love the Madeira, we love the poivre, and we love Diane. So mushrooms, mustard, wine.
Okay,
cream.
and that's butter in there, it smells like, right?
It is. Girl, yes, butter all the time.
How long will you cook that on each side?
3 to 5 minutes, depending on your doneness. If it's not getting done as fast as you want it to, you can pop it in the oven to finish it.
So now to get the sauce going.
Yep, this sauce starts with some mushrooms, and you can pop the ends of these off, which I prefer to, so they're not so. They get a little tough sometimes.
woody?
Perfect word. Yes.
Does it matter what kind of mushrooms you use, Jess?
It doesn't. I love the creminis. I think they brown up. They leave a nice little bit in the pan for you to use, so they're easy to go. But this pan is going to be your drippings that came off your steak, and you're just going to throw these mushrooms
Oh, I
in
like
here.
that. Ooh.
Absolutely. And you can give that a stir. And we're going to throw some thyme. And Dylan, if you'll get that garlic over there going for us.
Cool.
And you're just going to give that a stir.
Help me out there.
Get it out. There you go.
Help a sister out.
Right. And then this pan here is going to have your mushrooms are all cooked down, and then here comes the good stuff.
Oh.
This is some brandy. Now, this is actually Madeira, but you can use brandy. You can use port. It's going to sizzle. If you get it near a flame, it's going to poof. But once you get that in, you're going to stir in some
That smells so yummy.
some Dijon mustard.
Dijon, can't go
I love
wrong with
it.
that.
And then you will not. This could not be a real dish if you did not have cream in it.
There's the South
There
Carolina
you go.
touch right there.
That's it.
That's
some
it.
butter and some cream, and we're going to stir that in. And once that's done, we're just going to plate it up down here for you guys. We cook filet a lot because it's easy for me to temp.
Okay.
There's other steaks that might have more flavor, but I love this one. So we're just going to slice it super.
That's cooked perfectly, too.
I'm going to slice
Oh,
this
look at
up
that.
for you guys.
And that's pretty easy, too.
Yeah, that's very simple.
Listen, this is easy peasy, lemon squeezy. You got it.
And
You got it.
when is this named after your mom?
It is. So my mom's name was Linda. My grandchildren called her Winna. And so we named the restaurant after her.
The sauce is fantastic. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Wait, listen, sauce is my thing. I love cooking the sauce. My mom passed away, though, about 3 years ago. And when she did, she left us knowing we wanted to live a life with no regrets. So my daughter and I just took a big risk, and we opened a restaurant in downtown Myrtle Beach, which is going through a real revitalization right now.
In the oldest restaurant building in downtown Myrtle Beach.
Oldest commercial building in Myrtle Beach. And it is just right in the part where it's called the Arts and Innovation
right.
District. And
That's beautiful.
It's really blowing up. And so we knew we wanted to be part of seeing the city grow. And there we are.
Well, thank you. And you're doing your part. Thank you, Jess.
Thank you so
And
much.
for these recipes, scan that QR code or head to today.com/food. And then head over to our streaming channel today all day this morning at 10:30 Eastern to check out the latest episode of Family Style, where I'm meeting chefs and tasting some of the best seafood from Myrtle Beach. By the way, Jess's shrimp and grits out of this world. And you're going to meet some great seafood guys who actually bring that
Calabash.
seafood in fresh. And Big Mike, who has a soul food place. It is fantastic. And
You ate well enough.
I did. I'm still trying to work it off. Third hour today. I'll be right back.
That really is great sauce, too. It tastes good.
Coming up tomorrow on the third hour of today, we're going to share the results of Ally Love's Boss October Challenge.
Oh, yeah. That means I probably haven't been doing my part. All right, coming up on Hoda and Jenna, actress Allison Williams talks motherhood.
We will see you back here tomorrow.
supposed to be doing something.
Every day.
Today, one of Hollywood's leading ladies, Allison Williams, joins us. Plus a performance by singing sensation Zia Victoria. And America's Sweetheart is back. Meg Ryan on the cover of People magazine as she gets set to star in a new rom-com. And we're talking about it.
From Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, it's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Hey guys, it is Wednesday, 25th day of October. So happy that you are here with us.
You know
on
what?
this
We're
day.
getting kind of an unexpected warmth, heat in the East Coast. It's going to be 78 degrees on Saturday.
Is this crazy? And by the way, there are a lot of Halloween parades this
Yes.
weekend. It's like the perfect
We're
kind
going
of
to get
thing.
some one last blast before the winter.
I can't believe it's like the end of October and this
I
is
know.
happening. But we've kind of earned it because on the East Coast, at least for the last 6 weekends, it's rained every weekend. Remember?
6 weekends
Yeah, we know.
in a
Yeah.
row.
Yeah.
So now we have one glorious.
I forgot to tell you this.
What? Tell me.
You know how you and I are always debating about who has the bigger head? No, this is an ongoing thing. We try on hats.
We both have unusually large domes.
However, I went to get fitted for my wig for Halloween yesterday.
Okay.
And they explained that you had come the day before.
That's true.
To do it, they put a plastic bag on you and then they tape it all up with tape.
You basically look like a giant condom.
Yeah, true.
You do?
Then they take it off and then they look at it. And you know what they said? I go, I have to ask you a question. They go, wow. I go, what? And I said, Jenna and I are always debating who has the bigger head. And they said, guess what? I said, who? She goes, you win. I go, wait, what?
You won or I do?
I did. My head is a half an inch bigger than yours. So just so you know, as measured by the professionals, I'm a winner. My head's huge. Okay? Lucky me.
The thing is,
you're welcome. Thank you.
The thing is,
Thank
though,
you.
if they measured our two domes versus everybody else,
and they did say that you and I
are the
were
largest women.
So far, yeah.
Because Willie Geist has a huge
Willie
noggin.
Geist wins
them all.
total.
Yeah.
But of the girls, it's me and Jenna. It feels pretty good.
Yeah, we do. We accept
we're
this
proud
award.
of
And can I
ourselves.
just say congratulations
Thank you.
for the Big Head Award. I'd like to shake.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Okay, Meg Ryan, y'all, is on the cover of People magazine this Friday. She's returning to the big screen for the first time in 8 years.
I'm dying for a rom-com. I'm dying for a rom-com. So she is starring opposite David Duchovny. What's the name of it?
It's What Happens Later. It's the story of two ex-lovers who reunite when they both get stranded at an airport.
I love these.
What are you looking for in there?
Photos of the kids, the family. I know how badly you wanted that.
Just wasn't in the cards. Was that your daughter?
Yeah.
It really wasn't what you said, that we wanted different things. You left, you let go.
This behavior, this is exactly why we broke up.
So basically, my personality.
Okay, yes.
This is not at all how I imagine our reunion.
Oh, you imagine this? But I never again met anybody that made me feel the way you do.
Pure and simple, think love's the truth and love no lies, and let me swim around your eyes. I found a place I'll never leave. Shut my mouth.
If we could see our memories in advance, would we do anything different?
Please don't ruin this.
Pure and simple, just for you.
Oh, I like it. What Happens Later? What a great title.
Okay, first of all, don't you sometimes wonder what would happen if you got locked in like a department store or an airport? I would go straight towards the nail salon and sleep on the bed in there if I could break into places. You know, sleep on that bed. But of course, when Meg Ryan and David Duchovny get locked in there, it snows.
It's
they
beautiful.
steal a golf cart.
It's so beautiful and romantic.
They dance.
Isn't that cool? How sweet is that? By the way, a lost love.
Yeah.
Seeing them again and wondering like what might have been. I think there's something beautiful about that whole concept because we read stories all the time and we do them all the time about these two people in their whatever age.
80s,
yeah,
70s. Stop laughing. She's laughing at me.
No, I'm laughing with you. Okay. But it's like when you realize, like, remember, I can't even look at you.
Stop! I'm just looking at you.
Well, sometimes I can't look at you. That's what I realize. Sometimes, because of the vibe you give me.
We need like some sort of
partition.
partition.
Oh, we could drop it down. That would be good.
Wait, don't you
If we're-
sometimes dream of a partition that you wish that you drove a taxi? Henry and I talk about this all the time.
You and
where the
Henry-
parents are in the front and you could drop
it
a partition
down.
so the
yelling and
people
kicking.
in the back you could just not hear.
By the way, that would be a great invention.
Maybe we should invent that.
Right. It's like you all talk all you want and scream all you want.
Partition.
I like it. All right, let's talk about Chris Pratt.
Okay, let's do it.
So he's cleaning house, and while he was doing that with his beautiful wife, they were looking through old childhood things from her past, and he found his wife's 4th grade trophy, a trophy for participation.
Oh,
he
here it
says
is.
all these little things. He says, once your kid goes through the stuff, is it okay to toss? This is a question about how many things do you save? Now, Maria, as we know, has saved all of her children's
Did you know this
trophies.
before this
Yes.
moment? You knew that
Yeah.
it's a conscientious decision
Yes.
to save.
Yes. She said that she shows, like, look, this is what you drew when you were 2, when you were 3, when you were 4. It's like showing them who they were, which is kind of cool. But the trophies, the hardware, it's a little tough to have all that. But it is kind of interesting to think your little 5-year-old hands were holding this trophy and you thought it was like the most amazing thing in the world when you were a kid. You just toss everything.
I'm feeling tremendous guilt. Because my kids don't have one trophy in that house, and you know, because everybody gets a trophy, they've won at least 6. Even though they're completely average, they've won all these trophies. And I've thrown them all out. They're medals for gymnastic participation. Bye. Just because I mean, I love them, but they don't need a trophy to know they're great.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you.
I mean, they win them all because that's the
There is
vibe.
something about a kid getting something, because I remember Haley got like 3rd in a race and the top 3 got a medal.
That's because
And
she actually won.
She got 3rd, but it was a thing, and I remembered that feeling of what it felt like to get
I know.
something earned. Yeah.
Earned.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel guilty, and I'm going to start being better about this. I need to get like a box and keep
Get an Amazon box from all that stuff that's delivered and just
and
save
keep
it.
one thing a month.
For each of the kids.
Yes,
That's
that's
a good
12
idea.
things a year.
Yeah, and
by
then
the time
put the
they're
date. And by the way, put the date on it, because when I don't put the date on things, and you go back and look at it, and you don't know when it was from or what it was about.
So my mom threw everything out too,
Yeah.
but she kept scrapbooks.
Oh, that's
so we
nice.
have all these scrapbooks.
Oh, that's nice.
And that's what I do.
Oh, you do? Oh.
Well, she does them for me, but
So you don't do it.
no, you're right. All right, y'all. Coming up next, get ready to choose the look.
Oh, you're going to get to vote on what we'll wear tomorrow. We'll reveal the choices after this.
I feel bad.
I do think.
Now for a little fun with fashion, when all of y'all at home get to weigh in on what we're wearing tomorrow in a segment we're calling
Choose the Look.
Choose the Look.
Our EP and in-house style star, Talia Parkinson-Jones, picked out some outfits for us. All right, Talia, what do you got for us?
Talia, you look chic in your
We'll
outfit.
take that.
Thank you very much.
I'll wear that tomorrow.
Okay, but I have some really great looks for you guys.
Okay.
All right, so for Hoda, you guys know I love Christopher John Rogers. So I love this really great, bold, colorful sweater.
Love that.
The midi skirt is really in right now, Hoda, so I think this is a perfect look for you.
I love that.
Let's move over to this one. We love to show off your arms. So this is a really great sort of turtleneck, sort of cut-off shirt, as well as this vegan leather skirt.
Ooh, I love that.
And then we can wear this with high boots in the same color. I think that'll be really
Microchromatic.
Mono.
And then,
Mono.
so for this look,
Even I know
Hoda,
that.
we know you love a good pantsuit, but this one's kind of a matching set. It's the
Yes.
black and white, really bold vibe. So I think this would be a great choice for you. And then moving.
Oh, wait, did Taylor Swift wear the same outfit?
Taylor Swift wore this similar on the Tonight
have
Show. So
buttons.
that was sort of the inspiration.
I love it.
For this one.
Talia, all good.
All right. And then for my JBH, we have this another really great Christopher John
always
Rogers.
look good on you.
But it's really form-fitting. Again, the midi length is really in style this season.
gosh,
And
feels like
then
this.
for the pantsuit, we all love a good pantsuit, but now you kind of want to rock it with the vest.
That's Diane Keaton vibes.
Yes,
y'all.
exactly. And you can wear a t-shirt under it to kind of dress it down or dress it up with a turtleneck. So that's another great option for you. And then Barbie core is not gone.
It's not gone.
For the fall. This really cool skirt suit. We love to show off your legs.
Yeah, she's got great
So
gams.
the viewers have a lot to choose from.
Gams.
They can go to our Instagram page and vote, and the ladies will wear the look.
Talia is so chic, by the way.
Talia,
Thank you.
secretly tell us after which one you would choose.
Okay, I
Don't
will.
do it now. Okay, we want to know.
Thank you, Talia.
Coming up next, we catch up with our friend, actress and mom Allison Williams. She's got something new for true crime lovers coming up after this.
Good ones, Talia.
Those are all good. All good.
Good ones. Are we going- It is always a good day when this talented lady comes for a visit, our friend Allison Williams.
So Allison is a busy actress, mom, and now she's part of a juicy new true crime podcast called Erased, the murder of Elma Sands. Allison, how are you? We want to get to your podcast in a minute, but first we just want to catch up with you.
Hi. I'm so happy to see you both.
Oh, you too. So you have a little one who's now two
who's like
already?
about to turn 2.
Was motherhood what you expected, anticipated, hoped for?
No, how could it possibly be? I guess is the like super obnoxious answer. There's so many nooks and crannies of it that you couldn't have anticipated. Like trying to focus on a task like work or responding to an email, and then hearing his little voice in the next room and being like, well, forget that. I'm not doing that anymore. I'm going to go hang out. I almost said screw that.
Yeah,
but early.
you're actually allowed to. By the way, you're allowed to say that.
I know you are.
Our hour has some more, less boundaries.
Okay, perfect. Well then, let me stop. But yeah, I mean, there are just so many corners of it that I couldn't possibly have expected, or the sweet moments of them. He's just starting to be able to say things, and so when he looks in your eyes the first time and says, "Love you," it's just like,
Wait, what?
You just want to explode.
What were his first words?
Is it terrible that I can't totally identify?
No, I know.
It might have been hi, which was his word for a lot of things for a little while.
And in fact, I want to just thank you for that.
Thank you for saying that.
Because I would say that most people don't remember exactly what the first word is, or no.
I don't really
I think
know.
Haley's might have been Bob. That's what we made a joke out of. But
Bob?
We don't know if you're saying Mom or Bob.
Who was Bob?
We don't know. But we said that maybe that was it. But you're right, we couldn't identify
I'm
specifically
not sure. There were like
what
a bunch
it was.
of contenders at the same time, and it wasn't like out of total silence emerged a crystal clear.
Totally.
Like,
And by the way, the truth is, most of them's first word is Dada.
Oh, it was Dada for so long. I just yesterday found a journal entry from when we were in that Dada pre-mama stage, and it was like full of rage.
Oh, yeah.
By the way,
You're like, who?
They got him out of my body, and
Totally.
he hasn't said my name yet. How dare they?
Now, is he dressing up as anything cute for Halloween?
You know, yes, I'm foisting it on him, but he doesn't understand. Right now, we're in the stage of being like skeletons. Yeah, how do we explain why your neighborhood is terrifying suddenly? He just instinctively is like, is that spider going to move? It's enormous. You've promised me they only reach this size. Yeah, skeleton was tough. I was like, it's inside of us. We'll get there later.
Yeah, totally. You're like bone structure.
But yeah, he's going to be maybe a bear, maybe a firefighter.
Well, see, I was going to say, this is the year where you have full control.
Full control.
So utilize it. My children, one was a baby astronaut, one was baby Elvis.
Baby Elvis
you
was
went
the
hard
cute.
in a way.
And like you can.
I just want him to be cozy. I picked things that were cozy.
Zip
the bear
up.
onesie is I want one. I'm kind of jealous.
I feel like you're living the life that a lot of people talk about living, which is you're not living your life on social media. You're living your life.
not.
A lot of people say, I'm going to get off social media. But you literally are living that existence.
A friend of mine just used the phrase, when I have TikTok, which implies that like there are times in her life when she doesn't have it, and then there are times when she does.
Do you have
and
it
I thought that
sometimes?
was fun. No, but it like deleting, people like delete the app from their phone rather than just like, because the moderation is too hard. They're too well crafted to be.
So
But how do you do it with the kids though? This is my question. Like, what is the strategy?
Well, I try not to use any kind of phone around my daughter, but or my daughters, but I still end up doing it. But I try hard not to, because the way that they gravitate toward it, I'm ordering on Amazon. They're like, what is that? Yeah. So I think we have a responsibility because of us.
Are doing
We're the guilty people.
It's modeling behavior, but also my 10-year-old.
Yeah, your
kids in her class have cell phones.
Do they have they can't have Instagrams and stuff yet, but they can.
Why can't they have? Yeah,
they can.
Some
of their parents.
Some do. There is no age limit.
Oh my God.
Or they have parental controls, but you can just
turn them off.
Do it. Yeah.
My children have.
I'm so obedient. I'm like, but you're not allowed. You're not old enough.
Totally.
My kid's a kid that didn't watch PG-13 until I was 13.
Me
so.
too.
Your
and my
parents
kids
were strict
very
like that?
strict, yeah.
My parents weren't that strict, but we are wildly strict when it comes to technology, just because we have too much information.
Yeah.
Okay, but this podcast.
Speaking of good, benevolent technology.
Yes, totally. This is, first of all, I love that your version of true crime is like 1800s.
It's 1799. There's a pandemic. People are quarantining. It really is fascinating, though. I mean, when Alison Flom, who created it, reached out to me about it, she told me the story of the first murder trial in the U.S., the new U.S. post-Constitution, and suddenly a light bulb went off in my head, and I remembered the lyrics from Hamilton. And there is a passing mention of it because the co-counsels for the defense are Hamilton and Burr.
Oh, my gosh.
It's in 1800, beginning of the year, they joined together to defend a man named Levi Weeks in the murder of Elma Sands. She was murdered in a well that's in a store in Soho, just
sitting there,
Crazy.
modern day, like Soho, New York. And it's the first time there it
still
is.
exists?
Yeah, it's still there. It's just, look at there's just like clothes next to it.
Yeah.
And it is where a woman died. And her name has kind of been lost to history, and people don't know this story beyond knowing the name Levi Weeks maybe as a lyric. But this was the chance. We have a new constitution. This is our chance to take it for a test run. And it baked right in all of the old power systems. These men, Hamilton and Burr, had so much power. Elma never stood a chance. Her cousin Catherine, who fought so hard on her behalf, whose voice I do on the podcast, just didn't stand a chance. She tried, but it all was kind of poisoned from the beginning. And it's really interesting as someone who, spends a lot of time thinking about criminal justice reform to know that, like, of course it was just poison from the beginning. If only the people who took it out for the first test ride had been really progressive, like, let's really make this fair in a new way.
Fascinating. God,
Interesting.
There's nothing
If
like
only.
that.
But don't you also love that that's what, I mean, I love that your true crime
Well,
is
I know,
not
but it
fetishizing women's deaths. It's like
no.
fighting for
But it's
justice.
also doing our best to tell a story with only transcripts that were probably edited by Hamilton and Burr.
Interesting.
And Allison did an incredible job. We have the same name. It's confusing, but she did an incredible job of recreating what it probably felt like in modern language to be in that courtroom.
It's so cool.
Well, we're just happy for you with everything that's going on. Give your dad and mom
yes,
hugs for us
please.
too. So, all right.
And the first 3 episodes of Erased are available now on Apple Podcasts.
Coming up, it's about to get real in relationship court. Etiquette expert Elaine Swan lays down the law. Coming up right after this. Way to go, Allison. All rise. Etiquette expert Elaine Swan is presiding, and she's ready to make her rulings in Hoda and Jenna's Relationship Court Etiquette Edition.
All right, here's how it works. We've got some folks here who are having a disagreement in their relationships. Each person will present their side of the case, and then Elaine will issue a final ruling along with some advice.
Yes. You ready, Elaine?
I'm ready.
All right, here we go. Lee, tell us about our first case.
It's the case of the dinner date dilemma. Eli and Choice have been together for 4 years. They love going out to nice restaurants, but don't see eye to eye on appropriate dining demeanor.
All right.
Okay, Choice, you're going to have 20 seconds to make your case, and then Eli, you will have 20 seconds to rebut. Does that sound good?
Yeah.
Okay, let's put 20 seconds on the clock. Choice, you're up.
Yeah, so I love Eli for who he is, but Eli's just not that formal. You know, when we go to fancier restaurants, I want us to represent ourselves well. When I look up, Eli's jamming the chicken with a fork. He has sauce on his face, you know? And don't even get me started if he's hungry. If he's hungry, in 10 minutes, the plate is gone. And I just don't want to feel embarrassed and judged. That's all.
Okay. You want to take it easy. All right, that does make sense.
Okay, Eli, it's your turn. Can we put 20 seconds on the clock? Let's go.
Listen, I'm the kind of guy who loves to eat, all right? So whenever I see a delicious meal on the table, I'm trying to eat that meal as fast as possible. Because I truly be hungry, you know what I'm saying? So whenever we go out, she wants me to eat properly, eat all nice and neat and petite. The same way I dress is the same way I eat. Very carefree, don't care who judges me. I'm paying for the meal. I'm your man. It shouldn't even really matter, you know what I'm saying? Let's just have a good time and enjoy our food.
Wow.
Okay, this is going to be tough, but Choice, okay, let's ask a few follow-up questions.
Okay.
So would you feel comfortable, Choice, if you went to a less fancy restaurant? So something that's more casual, pick up the food with your fingers, that kind of place.
You know, sometimes we switch it up. Sometimes we do go to like casual places, which is fine. I don't really care. But when we go to a fancier place, you know, I don't want people to be like, oh, like, why does he have sauce on his forehead? You know?
Okay, I think that's a good rebuttal. Okay. Eli, now, if it wasn't as frequently, like maybe if you didn't go out as much, would you be willing to meet Choice halfway and up your etiquette game if you didn't go out?
I would. I feel like the more meaningful it is, like if it's a special occasion,
Yeah.
I would like, eat more properly for her and just like, do it the right way.
Wait, I feel like y'all have somehow worked this out without our judge, but Elaine?
Okay, here's what I have to share. The thing about etiquette is a lifestyle, right? This is something that we don't turn off and turn on. And the key here that I'm hearing is that you're doing something, Eli, that's making Choice feel uncomfortable. And etiquette is about putting others at ease. Hands down, most especially in a relationship, regardless of who's paying. All right, so my ruling is for Choice. Eli, you got to get it together.
But Eli, we have to say your style's awesome. You're a stylist.
Yes.
So,
but I didn't think about that etiquette is actually for the other people.
Person,
I actually thought it was how I feel.
I don't care what people think about me. People do make an assessment about who you are based upon.
But even if he doesn't care how people feel, he should be considerate of the way she feels.
Yes, exactly. And dining out is not just with Choice. It could be a job interview. You might want to try to get a big deal and have somebody put some money in your pocket,
But I would
not
say,
with sauce on your forehead.
That's why she admires me too, because I don't really care about people.
That is true.
Yeah.
I don't really care about the judgment. That's why like my style is the way it is. So
Yeah.
she does like me for that reason as well.
Totally, and I feel like that happens, doesn't it?
Not at the she's telling you
At the
right
table.
now, not at the table.
Everywhere else but on a fancy
All
restaurant.
right.
Very nice, guys.
Thank you guys for having me.
We see why there's
thank
love
y'all.
there.
All right, time for case number 2. What do we got?
It's the case of the travel troubles. Dana and Audra have been friends for 15 years and work with one another in sales. They enjoy traveling together, but disagree on how to spend their downtime.
Oh, that's dramatic. Audra and Dana. Okay, guys, you have 20 seconds to make your case. We'll put 20 seconds on the clock. Audra, you go ahead first.
Okay, so Dana and I are in sales, skincare, makeup, obviously. And a couple times a year we get to travel to really exciting cities. And when our conference and classes are done for the day, I want to hit the ground running. I want to explore, see the sights. And of course, we get a group of colleagues together to do that. But Dana's my close friend. I want her to join and have that adventuring feeling together in a new city.
And okay. Dana.
So Dana, 20 seconds on the clock. Go ahead.
Okay, so obviously I love traveling with Audra and our other colleagues. But after the workday is done, I am a busy mom of 2, a 15-year-old and a 16-month-old. I like my me time. I want to relax, so I don't want to have to go on our downtime.
Okay. Well, okay, those are very good arguments. But Audra, would you be comfortable traveling and spending that downtime with your other colleagues? You mentioned you are with them, but you would like your friend to go as well. Would you be comfortable just going on your adventure and coming back afterwards and sharing a drink and catching your friend up?
Yeah, yes and no. I want Dana to feel like she can relax while we're away, but she's my buddy. We've been so close for 15 years, and we don't get to see each other that much anymore because we don't live close together. So I want to have that special
that's your time. Okay.
Okay, I get that. Dana, now, would you be willing to join Audra for an adventure or 2 as long as you also get that time just to, watch Netflix?
Of course, and don't get me wrong, I love to sightsee just as much as Audra. But my thing is I just don't want to have to be committed to it. Like if I'm in the mood, yes, let's go out, let's
you don't want to sign up and
yes,
do on
in advance.
Thing.
Like
Yeah.
I get my mood feels like it, all right, I'll do it. But sometimes I want to chill.
All right,
So here's what I'm thinking. All right, etiquette would dictate that in the business environment, when you're traveling, you do not have to hang out with your coworkers. That's not something you have to do. However, this is a friendship, all right? And so with friendships, there's certain things. In this instance, I'm actually going to side with Audra. And here's why. Listen, Dana, it's important for us to nurture our friendships. And if you go at home and you want to rest at work trips, when do you have time to spend with your friend, right? So take a moment to spend with Audra. But Audra, you have to cut her a little bit of slack, all right? She cannot do everything with you. Maybe just one thing. So Audra, I'm going to rule for you. However, However, with that caveat, give her some grace. Yeah. All right, give her some grace and allow her just one time, and then you can rest on her.
By the way,
Dana.
I do love that advice. I think that makes such sense because if you're not spending your time with your friends when you're on a work trip, when are you able to do that?
But that's also a good boundary. Give her
nice
some,
boundary.
but not too much.
All right. Thank you so much. You were great, by the way. Excellent. All right. If you want a case heard in relationship court, head to hodaandjenna.com. Hit the connect button and share with us.
Coming up, my latest book club author, Safia Sinclair, on her beautiful memoir, How to Say Babylon, right after this.
With this month's Read with Jenna book club author Safia Sinclair, who has written a memoir. It's called How to Say Babylon.
Well, it's an incredible book, and we're going to chat with Safia in a moment. But first, let's take a look inside her story.
In her new memoir, How to Say Babylon, author Safia Sinclair shares her journey to break free of her strict Rastafarian upbringing in Montego Bay, Jamaica. Her family, isolated in many ways from society, is all she has. But as she grows into a woman, her father's obsession with purity and virtue becomes suffocating. She must reckon with finding her voice in a household that demands silence and obedience. The story culminates in a reckoning between Safia and her father, between peace and rage, and between her past and a powerful new future.
Oh, Safia, I'm so happy to get to see you again. And can we also give a warm welcome to members of the Mocha Girls Read Book Club? The club is in 12 cities nationwide, and their Harlem branch is here with us today. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you, guys,
for being there. Being here. Safia, this book moved me so much. We got to meet like a year ago.
Yes.
And then I got to see you again when it was published. And one of the best parts of that day was you brought your mom.
Mom was there.
And this is your story, but inherently it's also a story of a mother's devotion to her children.
Absolutely. You know, my mother, and I was so glad that she could be here and see it all come to fruition, but she was the first person who, gave me and my siblings, like, our love of literature, our love of language. I couldn't have written this book without her. And in large part, the book is a tribute to her and her storytelling tradition that she gave to me.
The concept is so interesting, and I think a lot of people who are reading the back jacket saying Rastafarian, that's a Bob Marley thing. That's a beautiful thing. We don't know the inside of that, and people are going to learn a lot about that part of your life.
Yes, and that was part of the reason I knew I wanted to write the book, is that I think a lot of people have this idea of Jamaica that's probably a narrow view of Jamaica, and a lot of people don't know, even though Rastafari is a thing that defines Jamaica, that the Rastafari in Jamaica are actually historically a persecuted minority. They were never welcomed by their families. They couldn't have jobs. They're less than 1% of the Jamaican population. And so when my siblings and I were growing up as Rasta children, we were oddities everywhere we went. We were outcasts. And so I wanted to really expand the view of Rastafari history and how it intertwines with Jamaican culture. And more particularly, to give a view of the women and the girls.
Yes.
That's important.
Because we've always seen it through the male lens.
Exactly. I think most people, when they think of Rastafari, they have this vision of a man. Maybe one man in particular.
Yes.
But you know, nobody ever thinks, well, who, you know, what's the life like of a Rasta
And
girl?
what were the restrictions on a young girl?
You know, a lot of the restrictions were about what we could wear. We had to cover our arms and our knees. We couldn't wear pants or shorts. We could only wear skirts and dresses. You could wear no makeup, no earrings, anything that was seen as...
And your mom fought for your education, but
Oh, she
education
did.
isn't widely, like, it wasn't something that all Rasta girls got, right?
I think it differs household to household. In my household, education was always important.
Yeah.
A lot of Jamaicans see education anyway as the way to sort of lift yourself out of, you know, the confines of whatever life you were fated to have.
Totally.
And so in Jamaica, education is a big thing.
Okay, wait, we have some questions from our book club. The first question is from Sharnice.
Hi, Sharnice.
Hi, good morning. So I remember reading Educated by Tara Westover, and I saw a lot of parallels in both of your stories. And I was just curious if, did you receive any pushback from your family members with writing your story, with telling your story? I remember with Tara Westover, there were statements made that, oh, she didn't remember it the way it happened, it wasn't really that bad, et cetera, et cetera.
You know, I have been really lucky in that my family has been very supportive. You know, you're seeing their photos here on the show, and I asked their permission because their photos have been everywhere. I think they're also used to me, because I'm the writer of the family, that they're used to me kind of writing about them. I wrote about them in my poetry, and so they kind of see me as the keeper of the stories and the keeper of the history of our family, and so I'm very grateful, deeply grateful for that.
And what about your dad? Has he read it?
I think he's read some of it.
Okay.
You know, I know he's read some excerpts, and I know he's read some of the book, and he asked me to read the book, and it was the first thing of mine that
he had read.
he'd ever asked.
By the way, Safia is an incredible poet. Check out her poetry too.
Jean, you've got one question.
Yes, hi, thank you. So, like any great memoir, your book evokes very strong feelings and reactions in people. But for yourself, how did you feel writing this? What kind of memories and feelings did this evoke?
A good question.
Yeah, you know, a lot of it was hard to write, honestly, because a lot of it meant that I had to sit with the memories to fully evoke what happened, how it felt, what do I remember hearing, you know, what was the air like. I couldn't just, you know, do it halfway. And so that made it a really intense writing, you know, session. Like, every time I sat down. There were times I sat down and I was writing the book and I was like weeping as I'm typing. But I knew I had to get it out. You know, I had to go through that in the writing I felt like the writing itself was an act of catharsis, that the writing itself could alchemize everything that had happened to me and hopefully change it for the better, make it something beautiful.
That is beautiful.
Safia,
Alyssa, sorry we can't get to your
you.
question. You can ask her in person right after, okay?
Yes. Thank you all for being here. And
Thank
Safia, this book is incredible. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
To check out, if y'all haven't read it, I don't know what you're waiting for, How to Say Babylon. You can go to today.com/readwithjeanette or get it where you get your books.
All right, coming up, we've been a fan of this young lady since she was 11 years old. You're going to see why. Singer Zia Victoria is with us right after this.
But we're never gonna survive unless we get a little crazy.
The City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
I wish we could dance like you. 7 years ago, Zia Victoria stole our hearts. She made her TV debut right here. You know how old she was? 11. It was so awesome. She performed her song, Taking Flight. Jenna and I were both standing here. Guess what?
Full
it's
circle
happening
moment,
again.
because she is here with her debut EP. Zia, we're so happy you're back.
I'm so happy I'm back. I can't believe this is happening again.
But since you've been here, by the way, your career has exploded. You're opening for Seal.
Yeah, it was. So I just got off tour with Seal. We went to Europe. We were in all over England, the UK, Paris, and he is just the most incredible person.
Well, we knew you were so lovely. We love you. We love your mom and dad, who are both here. And they've been here. They were here. And there's Jason, your guitar coach, who was my guitar coach at one point, too. Anyway, this is so awesome. We're so excited that you're here. What are you going to sing for us today?
Today, I'm going to be singing a song off the EP called High School Wake. Oh. And it's basically about not really getting a high school experience due to COVID. And also because I chose to be homeschooled for the majority of high school.
Oh, okay. All right, Zia, take it away. Have some fun.
Thank you.
I never went to football games on Fridays. I missed like 3 years of my high school phase. I'm feeling like I've missed out on a life, even though I know those years ain't paradise. I don't have many friends my age, and I'm the only minor in my grade. I'm feeling like I'm losing track of time. Feels like everything I have is on the line, online. I try my best to go to sleep, but the past is still in front of me. My energy is wasted on my phone. The piercing light of blue and white control my mind like kryptonite, killing every cell down to the bone. And when my high school wake remained unknown, I've never been asked to a prom, and my built-in best friend is my mom. I'm thinking about the things I wish I did, 'cause now that I'm no longer a kid, I try my best to go to sleep, but the past is still in front of me. My energy is wasted on my phone. The piercing light of blue and white control my mind like kryptonite, killing every cell down to the bone. When my high school wake, it still unfolds. Procrastination, need for validation, every sensation pouring from my soul. And at the bottom of this deep blue lake, my high school wake remains my own.
Beautiful.
I love you guys so much.
Zia, that
Thank
is
you
so
for
beautiful. We cried.
Weeping.
We loved that. It is beautiful. Zia's debut EP. 05, baby. Y'all download it. Get it. It's out right now.
We'll be back right after this. Coming up tomorrow, the cast of the Broadway musical Merrily We Roll Along.
Okay, that is Daniel Radcliffe, Jonathan Groff, Lindsay Mendez. They're hilarious.
Yeah.
It's going to be awesome.
We're going to see you Thursday.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming to this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
With coastline that stretches for more than 60 miles, South Carolina's Grand Strand is home to some of America's most beautiful beaches. Here in Myrtle Beach, family-friendly activities, energetic nightlife, and natural attractions have made this place a tourist hotspot for decades. As a beach town, seafood's a real star of the show here, from crispy fried fish to creative daily specials. And of course, Carolina classics like shrimp and grits. I'm here to savor every last bite of this city's freshest catch. Let's dive in. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Fresh seafood has been a big draw to Myrtle Beach since the late 19th century, according to historian Becky Billingsley.
They would have these huge nets out there on the beach that took like 20 people to grab the nets and pull them in. Then they had these little fish shacks set up on the beach where they could fry the fish. And so you could also get a fish dinner right there on the beach.
Today, Myrtle Beach welcomes over 19 million tourists each year, and its food scene has evolved from simple beach shacks to more than 2,000 restaurants feeding all those hungry visitors. So even if fishing isn't your thing, there are plenty of ways to enjoy Carolina's freshest catch. Murrells Inlet is a charming fishing town just 25 minutes from downtown Myrtle Beach. This quaint area is actually known as the seafood capital of South Carolina. I'm at Seven Seas Market, a community favorite that's known for its impressive variety of local fish. Each day, the fishermen here are hauling in everything from shrimp to grouper, mahi-mahi, and more. Some might say it's shrimply the best.
Hey, Al.
Hey there.
How you doing?
Chris Conklin has been running this place for 15 years.
We're able to source the finest fresh local seafood known to man with our own fishermen and our own boats.
His son Christopher, already a seafood fan, often coming to help out. Bingo. I see who's going to be taking over the business. Seven Seas was founded by Chris's dad, Phil Conklin, in 1985.
So this is a giant bluefin tuna. There's Phil, my dad.
Phil was an engine man in the Navy, later becoming an avid sports fisher. After a visit to Murrells Inlet, he fell in love with the marsh's bountiful catch and was inspired by local markets that caught and sold their own seafood.
We own 6 of our own boats now that fish for the snapper and grouper, and we have 2 shrimping boats as well.
Murrells Inlet has a long history of commercial fishing. Until the mid-20th century, slaves and black Americans who harvested fish here were known as creek boys. Following the Civil War, it became a paying job for any skilled fisherman.
And they were young men who would have several families that they caught seafood for.
The area's unique geography lends itself to a wide variety of fish and shellfish.
So that inlet in between the ocean and the land is an interesting mix of brackish and fresh water. And that's where we get our oysters and clams and crabs and really unique, fresh, not too salty, but just salty enough.
Today, Murrells Inlet is a hotspot for nightlife with plenty of restaurants and bars, but few seafood markets remaining. Seven Seas is one of the last places still catching and selling its own fish.
How we doing? Hey, fellas. What's going on? Hi. Have a good trip? Indeed. Nice.
For Chris, a passion for seafood started as a kid. At 12 years old, he got his first fishing boat. On the weekends, catching flounder to sell at Seven Seas. He joined his dad full-time after college.
We were like best friends, you know. We'd work all day, sweat, blood, tears, whatever.
In the early 2000s, Chris's best childhood friend, Henry Ford, joined the business.
We did a bunch of hunting and fishing together. Chris is like a brother to me.
Henry soon became like a member of the family. The trio worked together until Phil's passing in 2018.
It was a huge loss, but you just got to pick your chin up and keep on.
Henry taking on more responsibilities. Today, he's a co-owner at Seven Seas.
So the art to a very good fish display is to make them look like they're all swimming.
The market offering up to a dozen local seafood options, from red snapper, bluefin tuna, to grouper, flounder, oysters, and of course, shrimp. They also bring in seafood from all across the country. Under Chris, they've expanded beyond retail, supplying several fine dining establishments across the city.
How about this good-looking seafood we brought you?
Chris is proud carrying on his father's fishing legacy.
A lot of customers, they hold us near and dear to their heart, and they like to brag, so I enjoy being people's seafood guy.
Time to see the seafood guy in action. Seven Seas processing thousands of pounds of fish and shrimp daily. I helped unload the market's latest catch, South Carolina white shrimp.
Take it right up there to the scale.
All right, here we go. On a good week, how many pounds will you sell of these?
1,000 pounds a day in the summertime.
1,000 pounds a day?
Just shrimp, yes, sir.
The shrimp gets covered in a layer of ice. The final step? A lesson from Chris and Henry in the fine art of cleaning and deheading shrimp.
What we do is we pick the shrimp up like this. And every shrimp you touch, you have to pinch it.
Why?
Right? To pinch the head off, right?
Oh. The shrimp get organized into 3 sizes, medium, large, and extra large. What makes South Carolina shrimp special?
They come from really clean water. We don't have a lot of mud, and they're much sweeter.
Can you taste a shrimp and tell whether it's come from South Carolina or not?
100% I can, yes, sir.
Wow. How about you, Henry?
Yeah, absolutely.
Coming up, I get a taste of South Carolina's famous shrimp. After prepping a mountain of shrimp at Seven Seas Market, I couldn't wait for a taste of this fresh catch. Co-owner Henry Ford whipping up a spread of local shellfish steamed to perfection with their house blend of spices.
And I've even got some stone crab claws Chris and I went and caught yesterday.
Oh, this is great. So, do you ever get tired of seafood?
Absolutely not. Not at all. I could eat seafood every day if I could.
Seven Seas also sells several house-made specialties, many crafted by Henry, including a smoky fish dip and a Carolina favorite, she crab soup. What is she crab soup?
It's crab meat, and it's a cream-based soup.
Oh, wow.
And we sell out of it every day.
Woohoo!
Oh, yes, sir.
I can see why. Just being surrounded by seafood all day isn't enough for these two. They find time every week to hop on a boat and reel in a catch together. So when you guys, Henry, are out on the boat fishing, what's it like?
Oh man, it's actually, after being at work all week, it's actually heaven on earth to get out there.
Chris, how important is it to continue this legacy of South Carolina seafood?
We're like the last of the Mohicans. It's a lot easier to get seafood from other places, other countries. We go through all the trouble of having our own boats and trying to perpetuate what little bit is left of the South Carolina seafood industry. That's why we stay so busy.
Well, I got to tell you, this is some of the best shrimp I've ever had.
Yep.
Oh, man, this is great shrimp.
Oh yeah, it's good. You know what? For all your hard work today, after this lovely meal, we filled your belly. I want to give that to you as a gift from Chris and I, saying thank you.
Well, thank you.
Yes, sir. You're part of the crew now.
All right. Aye, aye, Captain.
My definition of soul food is food that is made with love and care. My mom used to always tell me, son, don't never make anything or never sell anything that you wouldn't eat. So that's my definition of soul food.
Word has it, if you're looking for some real soul food in Myrtle Beach, Big Mike's has the best soul food in town. Born and raised in Myrtle Beach, owner Mike Chestnut is a well-known member of this community, bringing people together with recipes from his mom's kitchen for over a decade.
It's just like from Mama's house. And I'm like, man, this is delicious. I can't think of any soul food restaurant that I go to that is better than this.
Time to meet Big Mike. Nice
Welcome
to
to Big
see
Mike's.
you.
Yes,
Mike.
sir. Good to
I'm
see you.
Al.
Hey.
All right.
Yes,
So
sir.
you guys all work here, right?
Yes, sir. Yep.
From Big Mike to Little Lennox, Big Mike's Soul Food isn't just family owned. You got all family from top to bottom.
My wife, Maxine, she worked here. And then also my oldest son, Michael, and my youngest son, Marcus. and my daughter, Michaela.
It's the whole family. I mean, it's a family reunion.
A whole
almost
ball of
every day.
wax. Yes, sir.
Mike Chestnut, a.k.a. Big Mike, has spent his entire life in Myrtle Beach, and he's become a well-known figure about town.
He's always willing to give a hand to anybody who needs it, and he also takes pride in his work.
Since I grew up here, I just want to feel like I'm giving back to the community. Serve as a deacon at our church and city councilman, involved in a lot of other organizations, whether it's the NAACP or American Culinary Federation. And then the restaurant, that's my true love, I'll be honest with you.
Where'd your love of food come from?
I would got to say it's from my mom. She could get in the kitchen at 7 o'clock in the morning and just had fun at what she was doing.
Big Mike's mom, Rosalie Chestnut, worked in many restaurants in the area as a cook. With her encouragement, her son's kitchen career began at just 12 years old as a dishwasher. But it didn't take long for his diligence and talent to shine through.
The chef that was there, he just saw something in me, and I remember he went to the general manager and said, "Hey, I want Mike to come back and prep with me."
Mike worked the line at a country-style restaurant while going to school for not one, but 2 culinary programs. For nearly 20 years, Mike rose in the kitchen ranks, but he always dreamed of owning his own business. Mike soon found the answer to his prayers in a familiar spot.
We saw this building, it was ready, and time was right. The high school used to be in the shopping center across the street, and we would actually jump the fence and come over here and eat lunch and go back. But who would ever thought that 40 years later we end up buying the place?
Sadly, Mike's mother passing away before she could see him fulfill his dream. What do you think she would think of this place?
I think she would be proud of us to say you're trying to do something to keep the family together and also provide a living and feed the family.
What's the best advice she gave you?
People always eat with their eyes. So if it looks good, it's going to be good.
Oh man, does this look good. Sweet yams, mac and cheese, fried chicken, collard greens. Those are just a few of Big Mike's soul food specialties.
Seafood basket, catfish with fries.
Obviously, seafood is a big deal.
Yes, sir.
Here. What do you do seafood-wise?
We do fried whiting, and then we do catfish.
Serving up seafood is a sure way to catch diners' attention here in Myrtle Beach. Big Mike's Soul Food carries on a culinary legacy that's steeped in history. The term soul food was coined in the 1960s as a source of pride for many African Americans. But the cooking tradition has evolved over centuries and continents.
African Americans, when they were forced to live here, they had to do what they had to do. So they incorporated what we had here into the taste they had there, and they incorporated their master's taste too. So it all merged together to be a French, English, Scottish, Dutch, African American, Native American melting pot of flavors.
Soul food restaurants began popping up all over the United States as Black Americans migrated from the rural South, many becoming integral to their local communities. Is it important to have a Black-owned restaurant?
No question.
As part of the food scene?
Yes, sir. It lets the community know, hey, if Mike can do it, I can do it. Because I tell people, I grew up in a little area outside the city called Race Path. A lot of drugs, a lot of crime, and who would ever thought that we would be able to open up a restaurant in the heart of Myrtle Beach.
I couldn't wait to get into the heart of this restaurant, the kitchen.
We're gonna do a Big Mike special today, meat and 3.
A signature meal of the South, meat plus 3 sides that is, started popping up in urban diners in the early 1900s.
We're gonna do some fish, we're gonna do some hush puppies and some coleslaw and some mac and cheese.
All right, let's get started.
All right, well, we're gonna start with some hush puppies over here.
Hush puppies, made from cornmeal batter, can be sweet or savory.
We probably go through a couple hundred of them, and we do them all by hand. Let them cook for a little minute.
All right.
And then we're gonna come back over and do the fish.
All right.
My fish is going in cornmeal batter, and we add a little bit of extra seasoning to this.
That little special thing?
Special season that we make up there. It's nice and light batter on it.
Right. With our fish and first side in the fryers, Mike whips up some coleslaw.
Okay.
Starting with all the usual fixings, cabbage, mayo, vinegar. But Big Mike has another secret ingredient up his sleeve.
Some people don't put relish in it, but I put relish in mine.
Relish? Oh, that's good.
And the sweetness of the relish.
And that relish, I would have
Taste
never
the
thought of
relish in it.
adding relish. And with our fish a golden brown, hush puppies fried to perfection, and coleslaw ready to serve, time for the third side, mac and cheese. Just how his mama made it.
There we go.
Ooh.
Big Mike special.
Oh my gosh.
It'll hit the spot.
I mean, it's so light.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's not a heavily breaded fish. And I'm a huge hush puppy.
Okay.
God, it's got this sweetness to it.
Yes, sir.
That is about as good as it gets.
All right.
Wow. Wow is right. I haven't had flaky fish like this since I was a kid back in St. Albans, Queens. I clean my plate, just like everybody else who walks through the doors here.
I just want to leave something for my grandkids and kids to say, hey, this is a family thing and we want to keep it going.
Just a stone's throw from the shore is Myrtle Beach's Arts and Innovation District. Winna's Kitchen is one of the newest restaurants in this part of town. Here, Chef Jess Sagan is delighting tourists and locals alike with her elevated brunch staples. She's also on a mission to give back to the community, extending a helping hand with warm meals to those in need.
Hey.
Hey, Al, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, so glad to be here. And what's going on here? It seems like there's a lot of cool kids hanging out here.
These are our grandchildren. My daughter Kenzie and her 5 kids.
Now, you usually don't find kids studying at a restaurant, but here at Winna's Kitchen, owner Jess Sagan loves keeping her family close by. So close, in fact, that all 5 of her grandchildren are homeschooled right here in the basement. So there's always time for a bit of family fun.
I want to rock right now.
I'm Rob Bass and I can't get down. I'm not into that.
Jess's daughter, Kinsey, doesn't just teach here. She's also the co-owner and deeply invested in the heart and soul of this culinary adventure.
I'm the brains and she's the brawn, but she's also the brains. I do a lot of the creative elements of the menu, but the day-to-day kitchen line restaurant is Kinsey.
Even the name of the place is a nod to family.
My mom's name was Linda. Her nickname was Winna. And when my mom passed away, she had a lot of regrets. And I knew that opening a restaurant was something that I would have a regret about if we didn't give it a shot. It was pursuing a dream, but also investing in a community that we believed in.
At Winna's Kitchen, those facing homelessness are able to enjoy a meal totally free of charge.
We say this all the time. We didn't open a 30-seat restaurant to make a lot of money. We opened a 30-seat restaurant to make an impact.
And how do you do that?
Our patrons can pay $5 and they'll either hang a card, it'll say number 1, and we'll feed somebody for it, or they can take that card with them, and if they see somebody out on the street that they think needs it, they can give it to them. But our goal is to kind of restore dignity to people. They get to sit down at a table or the bar and be served.
It's a calling that stems from her own journey. There was a point in your life where things were pretty tough.
In my mid to late 20s, I took a leave of sanity, I say. I just checked out, and I ended up making some really bad choices that led me into a place of addiction and ultimately homelessness. Then I ended up going to live at the rehab program for homeless people, and I completed that program, and almost 6 years later, here we are.
In rehab, Jess met her future husband, Walt, a volunteer from a local church program. Back on her feet, she devoted her professional life to her faith, serving as a worship pastor for 2 decades. What led you to opening up a restaurant?
It is the food. We love to eat, y'all.
Jess and Kinsey got their start in the food world by catering benefits for a local nonprofit. After a string of successful dinners, they took the plunge, opening Winna's Kitchen in 2021. The first item on their menu? The free #1 special. So what about for the folks who come in who need that meal? What's their reaction?
The #1 reaction we get is they are so hesitant to let us serve them. We often have people, they're like, hey, do you need help with the dishes? And I'm like, no, you're a patron.
Jess doesn't stop at serving free meals. She's given many a second chance, employing people who have faced addiction or homelessness. Not a lot of restaurants give back to the community. How did that evolve?
So there's this passage of scripture, when you invite people to your house for a meal, invite the lowly in. And I would say it's easy to do nice things for people who are going to do nice things for you. But the real gift in the kingdom for us is doing things for people who can't do anything for you, and showing up for people who can't show up back, and loving people who might not ever love you back or even appreciate you back. That's really investing in people, and that's who we want to be.
I mean, it's like dignity's on the menu.
It is. Dignity is on the menu.
Kinsey is just as passionate about her mother's mission.
I'm so proud of my mom.
You're doing great, sweetie. I love you.
She has experienced such a hard life, and her attitude, her ability to overcome is just, I think most people would just lay down and give up, and it just drives her to do more and be more.
She teaches her kids at Winna's so they can learn from their grandma's compassion on a daily basis.
She is nice to everyone, and she's independent at the same time.
The legacy my mom will give us is not this building, it's how she taught us to treat each other, how she teaches us to interact with each other.
In addition to helping others, Jess is also dedicated to highlighting seasonal, locally sourced ingredients.
My grandparents were very farm to table. I mean, before farm to table was a thing. Both my sets of grandparents had gardens that we ate off of all summer. We're in the South. There's a lot of fried chicken and a lot of French fries and a lot of fried everything. But my daughter and I both like food that's a little bit different, a little bit elevated.
The mother-daughter duo putting their spin on brunch classics like fluffy ricotta pancakes with lemon curd and a deconstructed chicken pot pie.
Oh man, that was the best dessert I've ever had.
But there's one dish that's been a menu mainstay since the beginning. When it comes to Jess's take on this Southern classic, the sauce is the boss. What's the thing that makes your shrimp and grits so special?
It's our sauce. It's kind of this mix between cream and tomato. And it's infused with some secret spices and some ham stock.
Maybe you show me how this is done?
I'd love to.
Winna's Shrimp and Grits starts with, of course, the shrimp.
We try to use large local shrimp. They're really sweet. They got the perfect amount of salt.
Stock gives her signature sauce a richer flavor. How do you make your ham stock?
We don't share all of our secrets here.
Okay, all righty. Jess then searing the shrimp in clarified butter, seasoning them with Kinsey's secret spice blend.
It does have salt, pepper, garlic, a little bit of dill, and a little bit of something else in it.
Something and a little something.
I'm not being coy. I don't know what she puts in.
And what's shrimp and grits without cheesy grits? Each batch made fresh every morning. Well, now what kind of cheese is that?
The main cheese in here is some coastal cheddar.
The shrimp finished with a drizzle of buttery love. Then, time to plate it up.
So we're going to let you help finish this off.
Alrighty.
This is a little bit of Parmesan that we've just kind of chunked up.
To top it off, cherry tomatoes and some microgreens. And of course, the best part, tasting. That's fantastic, Jess. When you present something like this to the community, how much pride does this bring you and Kinsey?
I think it's why we do what we do. You know, shrimp and grits is really a humble dish. And we've just taken it and put a ton of care into it. When I was growing up, people would say love is the secret ingredient. It's true. And so elevating food is not just about making it fancy. It's about taking the level of care to make it look a certain way. Yeah. And I think that adds to nourishing people, not just with the food they eat, but their spirit too.
Well, my spirit feels very good right now. Whether you're looking to kick back with casual beachy fare or enjoy elevated modern menus, Myrtle Beach is a seafood lover's paradise. The very best of South Carolina's most beloved dishes can all be found right here. And there's no doubt that the thriving restaurant community shapes the heart and soul of this vibrant coastal city. This episode of Family Style is sponsored by Visit Myrtle Beach. When most of us think about Detroit, Motown, car manufacturing, even sports comes to mind. But when it comes to food, the folks here in the Motor City are all about one famous Frank, the Coney dog. And no, we're not talking about Coney Island in New York. In Michigan, a Coney is both a diner to locals and a hot dog smothered in chili, topped with onions, and finished off with a of mustard. There are dozens of Coneys in the Detroit metro area. Some bear the Coney Island name, others don't. But you'll always find some type of sausage, a bun, and a signature meat sauce on the menu. So, what makes Michigan crazy for Coneys? Let's find out.
The relationship between Coneys and Detroit, it's a long relationship. It's a long love story.
The Coney is a part of Detroit.
If you can drive and eat a Coney, it's not a Detroit-style Coney, in my opinion.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Welcome to Detroit. What do you say we travel back in time to the earliest days of the Coney? The folks at American Coney Island have been dishing up this local specialty for more than 100 years. In fact, this restaurant and the one next door, well, they've got a shared history. But American has been run by the same family for 3 generations. Founded by a Greek immigrant, this restaurant story is synonymous with the legendary hot dog of this city. What do you say we go meet the family?
One to go plain, one fry.
At American Coney Island, hot dogs aren't just a meal, they're memories. Grace Quiros is the 3rd generation owner of this legendary spot. Grace!
Al!
Hi, good to see you again.
Good to
It's
see
been
you.
a long time.
It has.
We sat down to talk Coney traditions, turning points, and of course, toppings. People are very passionate about their Coney Island hot dog.
Yes, they are.
Why?
Because it holds a nostalgia and a tradition to them. We see daily generations of people coming in here. Remember Grandpa bringing them, my mom brought me. It's part of their growing up, it's part of their life.
30 years ago, Grace took over the restaurant reins from her dad, Chuck Quiros. Chuck inheriting the business from his father, founder Constantine Quiros, AKA Gust. Your place, this place on this corner, has been here for 105 years. What is it like being really part of the fabric of an iconic city like Detroit?
It's surreal. I mean, I think back to my grandfather and my dad and the things they saw here from from riots to Tigers winning the World Series when they were good. Such a deep history and proud. I love this city.
The Coney craze in Detroit is really a legacy of the Quiros family.
Historian Joe Grimm co-writing the book on Conies in the Motor City.
The Quiroses came to Detroit from Dara in Greece, where this was a sheep herding town, and they needed to find work. And they really struck gold, as in the color of mustard, when they started making these Coney Island hot dogs.
In the late 1800s, Greece was facing a massive economic crisis, setting off a wave of global migration. By 1920, it's estimated that over 400,000 Greeks immigrated to the United States seeking new opportunities. Like most European immigrants of the era, they passed through New York before moving on to other parts of the country.
They entered, most of them, through Ellis Island, which is near Coney Island. They saw people on Coney Island and in New York eating hot dogs and said, we're going to go into the hot dog business, but we're going to top it with something Greek. Now, the true origins, like who invented the Coney dog, lost to history. It just sort of happened in a lot of places in about the same time, mostly by Greek immigrants.
Gust and his brother, Bill Quiros, opening one of Detroit's first Coney shops in the early 1900s. A family rift caused the brothers to split, leading to side-by-side Coney operations and a long-lasting restaurant rivalry. Detroiters swearing allegiance to American or Lafayette, but only American is still owned by the Quiros family today.
We figure well more than 100 Coney Islands can trace their lineage directly to that flat-top grill.
Each Coney spot in the Detroit area and throughout Michigan has its own history, from National to Kirby's to Nicky D's, from Berkeley Coney Island to El George's to Leo's and more. But all of the city's Conies have a similar foundation, starting with a steamed bun. You add a beef and pork hot dog.
Then it's covered with a chili sauce. And the chili sauce is where Coney owners can improvise and innovate. And then on top of that, it's going to be a yellow salad mustard and diced onions, and never any ketchup. If you put ketchup on a Coney dog, you might get thrown out of the restaurant.
Definitely a controversial condiment here.
Definitely no ketchup.
But I see ketchup behind.
We sell French fries. When customers come to the carryout and want, I'll have a Coney with everything. Every once in a while you get, okay, I want ketchup on mine too. We don't do it. We refuse to put the ketchup on the hot dog. And we've had people who got a little upset with us. I'm like, dude, I'm not putting ketchup on the hot dog.
Your grandfather immigrates here from
Greece.
Why hot dogs?
It was something that he had seen when he landed at Ellis Island in New York. He saw, the amusement park. You got to remember, he was a young man, came over with no money, borrowed pair of shoes. He heard the automotive business was hiring in Detroit, made his way to Detroit, thinking they'll hire me even though I don't know how to read or write. They didn't. On this little corner right here where we are now, he started a little push cart. We're Greek, right? We know food. So Grandpa remembered the hot dogs, made a Greek chili sauce. Our chili's a little unique.
You hear about a Coney Island hot dog, you
Yes.
think about Nathan's in New York City.
But here's the difference. I'm going to stop you.
Okay.
A Coney Island in New York is an amusement park that
Right.
sells hot dogs. In Detroit, a Coney Island is it's the hot dog with the chili, mustard, onions on it. That's the difference. And I got a lot of heated arguments, people, about that.
Really?
In Detroit, it is the actual thing you're eating, thanks to my grandpa, because he named it American Coney Island. He was so grateful he was in America and all the opportunities were given to him.
Grace now in charge of carrying on the family legacy. It's obviously been passed from generation to
Yes.
generation here. But each time you lose a member of the generation, it's got to be tough. You just lost your dad.
Yes.
Not too long ago.
Yeah, 6 months ago.
When you come in, do you feel him here?
I do. Yes, I do. And I feel a sense of pride. I miss him a lot, obviously, but I just feel his presence. I feel everything he taught me. My grandpa did his thing. Then once my dad stepped in and took over, he took it to the next level. Then I took it to a whole nother level, with my brother's help included.
Grace's brother, Chris Soteropoulos, helps run the business today. There's an American outpost at the Detroit Zoo, plus a new location in Las Vegas. They're also shipping Coney kits all across the country. you get everybody from all walks of life, every demographic, every racial component,
You nailed it,
everybody
100%.
comes here.
Yes.
The American Coney is the great equalizer.
I love the way you put it that way, Al. Exactly. We love our customers. I mean, our customers are like family. This is no joke. This is who made us. So we treat you like family. We don't know any different.
Coming up, I learned how to make the quintessential Coney.
One up! Ready? There, nice shot.
Mass casualty, mass shooter event at this.
This is an NBC News special report.
Of course, Central Maine Medical Center, obviously the biggest hospital there where they have the training for this, the trauma center.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good evening, everyone. We're coming on the air with breaking news out of Maine, where at least 15 people were killed and dozens more injured in multiple shootings in the city of Lewiston. Police there saying the shooter is still on the loose after going on a rampage at multiple locations, including a bar and a bowling alley. Police have released photos of a man with a rifle with the caption, "Suspect for identification." A local medical center said it was responding to a mass casualty event. A shelter-in-place order is now in effect, with police asking people there to stay inside and off the roads while they search in what they're calling a manhunt for the shooter. That concludes this NBC News special report. We'll have much more ahead in our streaming network, NBC News Now, online at NBCnews.com. I'm Lester Holt. Thank you for watching, and good evening.
And I look at the pictures. They're vintage, let's say. It doesn't look like you have strayed that much from the original menu.
We haven't. I won't. Why add to it when it's working?
You know what else is working? Me. I got behind the grill with Grace to prep the perfect plate of Coneys.
This is the proprietary hot dog. If you notice the natural casing.
Yes.
It's a 90% beef, 10% pork with a lambskin casing.
That's like 3 meats in one.
Exactly.
Pork, beef, and lamb.
That's right. And that's what makes it pop. Like when you bite into it and
the
snaps like a party in your mouth.
Yes. That detail kept popping up everywhere we went.
It's a warm bun. It's the snap of the hot dog.
When you bite it, you hear that pop. You can tell it's a natural casing because when you bite it, it snaps back at you.
The steamer bun.
And
that's what we were taught. They're in a steamer. You know,
it's in a
there's just
steamer.
enough steam in here. So you're gonna pull out the bun.
Right.
Look for the cut.
Yep.
So open it up a little. Grab your plate.
Yes.
All right. So we're gonna grab one.
Right.
Come over here. Do you want to top it or do you want to?
I want to watch the top.
Okay. Give it a little mix. This is that
little zhuzh.
Greek. Yeah, that's right. It gets a little messy. Some chili. Add a little more. You know, be cheap with the chili. Greek spices.
Yes.
That's the magic.
The secret spice blend? Well, it's secret. But the chili is made with ground beef.
The tangy mustard.
Tangy.
Just a little lime. Nothing more. You take some onions, sprinkle them across. There you go.
Boom. Okay.
105 years.
105 years of magic. My turn. Get a plate.
I need one up, which means I need one for a customer.
One for a customer.
Everything on it. Chili, mustard, onions.
Get the split.
Open it up a little more, El. All right, that's not too bad.
Okay. Boom. All right, now I come
keep
over
the bun
here.
open because you want the chili to go
you want
in
the chili to go in.
Yeah, you want the chili. You want it. Yeah.
I want that
You
chili.
know, chintz out on
Get
that
a little-
chili.
Don't chintz on the chili.
Turn your dish a little so it's easier for you to pour over
all
there.
right. Oh, that really it does have a creamy
See,
consistency.
it's really creamy, right? Exactly.
A little mustard.
There you go. Ooh, that's heavy mustard. Did they order heavy mustard?
No, they didn't. I'm making this for myself.
Exactly. There you go.
All right. One up.
Ready? There. Nice shot.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Woo!
Good job, Al.
Hey now.
Life-changing experience.
It's magic in your mouth. Every great coney needs a great bun, but not just any bun will do. A few miles from downtown Detroit is another family-run institution that's keeping the coney tradition alive. What started as a small baking business is now one of the state's biggest suppliers of coney buns. And that bun is the Coney Island Steamer. That's a good bun.
The Coney Island Steamer is a 6-inch hot dog bun.
At Metropolitan Baking Company, they like big buns and they cannot lie.
The Coney Island Steamer bun is our flagship item on the bun and roll line.
Not to mention, they claim to have buns of steel.
These buns sit in a steam table. The product's formulated for that steam table. That bun is going to sit there and it's not going to fall apart on you when you load it with all those condiments.
In Michigan, coney dogs aren't just a tasty meal, they're big business.
The coney business gave rise to supplier industries, just as the auto industry did. So we need to have a major bun maker here. The big maker nowadays is Metropolitan Bakery, and they bake these coney dog buns with the sponge dough method.
For 3 generations, the Cordes family, who also trace their roots back to Greece, has risen to the occasion, selling specialty breads.
Metropolitan Baking Company was founded by my grandfather in 1945.
In the beginning, Metropolitan only sold simple loaves. Today, they produce dozens of items for grocery stores, high-end restaurants, and of course, coney diners. And while their products have changed over the years, a few names have truly stood the test of time.
He was George James Cordes, namesake, and my father is James George Cordes, and I'm George James Cordes. My father, just like me, was bred in the business.
George credits his father for the company's massive expansion in the mid-'80s.
This summer, we're going to be producing millions of Coney Island Steamer hot dog buns.
This abundance, pun intended, is all thanks to automation.
Automation is really what transformed this company. We went from packaging maybe 10, 15 loaves of bread a minute to 140 loaves a minute.
In 2001, after years of recipe testing, the signature steamer bun was added to the product line.
It is a hot dog bun that we've formulated to be used at the Coney Island restaurants, in Metro Detroit specifically. This bun that we produce is in roughly 95% of all Coney Island restaurants.
And it takes a lot of dough to make all those buns.
So what we're doing right now, this is where it all begins. This is the mixing room, and we're about to create a 1,600-pound dough batch of hot dog buns. Major ingredients are going to be flour is 65%, then you've got your yeast, you've got your sugar, you've got your oil, and a bunch of proprietary ingredients. Any minute. That's roughly 1,200 packages of Coney Island Steamer hot dog buns. There you go. You did it.
That makes over 14,000 buns. After mixing, the dough gets cut into bun-sized portions.
You're looking at 3-foot sheets that were just guillotined, and now they're going into a smaller divider to be put into roughly 1.25-ounce dough balls.
Next up, time to proof.
After 60 minutes, the dough has risen. And after about 10 minutes bake time, we're gonna have a fully baked hot dog bun that's prepared to cool.
The buns are almost ready.
The product's sliced, after the cooling conveyor, and then it's paddled on top of each other to create a 12-pack, a dozen buns. The baskets are headed down to logistics and ready to be set up for routes.
Then it's off to stores in Michigan's finest coney restaurants, including American Coney Island. While the factory may have a lot of machinery, George has always been hands-on.
So I worked here every summer throughout high school and throughout college, almost every position. And you really learn what hard work is as a kid to work in a bread factory, when it's 110 degrees out.
When Grandpa George started the company, he had fewer than 10 employees. Today, they've got almost 100.
When they say employees and family employees, that's what John is. He's literally family.
John Grabowski has worked with all 3 generations of the Cordes family. At 12 years old, he took a summer job washing buckets at Metropolitan. Today, he's the plant's lead engineer.
It's like family. When you come to this business, everybody that's here, they feel like family to me. Everybody says hello to each other. It's a good camaraderie. Everybody likes each other.
It's more than just bread and butter for the employees.
It's really nice being run by a family-owned business. You can come to work and feel like you're at home.
It's like a second family to me. We all work together. We get down in the dirt. We exchange all kinds of work habits, and we learn from each other, and we do the best we can.
The longtime employees are proud, keeping Detroit's Coney tradition going strong.
We all grew up eating Conies, right? Comerica Park, baseball games as a kid with mom and dad and grandparents, family time. Coney dogs that's a part of pretty much everybody's childhood. It's a joy to be a part of that heritage.
Today, Metropolitan's running 6 days a week, 20 hours a day.
The amount of product that we're sending out each day, from the first dough that's kicking out around 1:30 in the morning till the final package at 10 at night, I feel constant pride.
As for the future, George's kids seem to have inherited his love for the bakery.
My daughters, Cecile and Sloan, I bring them almost every Saturday. They actually tell me that they enjoy it more than Disney World. This is their favorite place on earth, just like what it was for me as a kid that age.
It's that joy and a family legacy that George hopes will carry on for many years to come.
I absolutely love what we're doing here. I love our history. I never want to be that third generation cliche. I want to continue the growth with my kids, or my kids' kids, have them look back at family members and say, wow, that's incredible. Look at what you've done.
Chili, mustard, onion.
What happens if you reverse it?
Oh, you're out.
You're out.
You're out.
You're out. Minutes from downtown is Detroit's Brush Park neighborhood. Folks here are flocking to enjoy the good vibes at this cool Coney spot. CMO may be relatively new to the game, but loyal fans can't get enough of their chili, mustard, and onions. CMO, get it? But unlike most diners in town, here, the Coney, the sauce, and everything else on the menu is powered by plants.
My name is Pete Lacombe. I'm the owner of Chili Mustard Onions in Detroit, Michigan.
You could say opening a vegan Coney spot in the Coney capital takes guts and grit, and that's exactly what this family's made of.
I don't follow any rules. I follow the important ones, but I don't do what everybody else does.
Pete and his wife Shelley, along with their daughter Darla, launching CMO in 2018. It's the first and only all-vegan Coney spot in Detroit.
I would say my wife gave me the biggest kick in the butt to go vegan, and we did.
I had a vision that we were going to open a vegan Coney Island, and I told Pete that, and he told me I was out of my mind.
Pete and Shelley have enjoyed many a traditional Coney as lifelong Detroit residents.
When Shelley and I got married, she used to tell me all the time that I was going to open a restaurant, and it was going to be a vegan restaurant. And I said, yeah, I'm not vegan. So I asked her why she thought I was going to open a vegan restaurant. She said, you could never hurt an animal or sell animals. And I went, You're so right.
Now, the family's been vegan for over 10 years.
It not only saved my life going vegan and saved my life by doing something I love, I got to do something I love every single day with the people I love.
Before entering the restaurant business, Pete worked in the auto industry, just like his dad and his granddad.
When I was in automotive design, I ate horribly. I smoked cigarettes, I drank a lot. It was just kind of the norm in that field. That was really in my blood, but it wasn't in my soul. Cooking was in my soul.
Pete's true passion coming from spending time with family in the kitchen.
So we lived really close to my grandparents, and what was in my soul was food. I cooked with my grandmas all the time. My grandma, my mom's mom, really should have opened a restaurant, and I feel like I'm living that dream through her.
That dream now possible with the next generation.
So Darla's our manager, and she takes care of the customers so well. And seeing the woman that she has become, we're so proud of her.
My wife and I, we've been through so much. We're partners in crime, partners in life, partners in love.
And partners in creating a home away from home for every customer.
I created CMO, the interior, to reflect like my basement or my living room, where you could come over and eat at my house. Everybody's welcome in my home.
Every day, somebody wants to go tell him how fabulous this place is and how blown away they are with his food.
Since it first opened, CMO has been delighting vegans and non-vegans alike with their take on hot dogs smothered in chili.
The amount of love and emotion that is put into the food in every bite, you can tell that. I've never had vegan food, but it was really, really good. This just tasted so similar to it would as a regular Coney Island.
You know, it's hard to come by something that's like so close to like a childhood favorite.
Of course, I had to see if this Coney truly lived up to the hype.
Hey, Al. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Welcome to my kitchen. Well, this is really cool. We've heard all about this. When you're used to something that is meat,
yeah,
you know, getting them to try something that doesn't quite fit what they think it's supposed to be.
For me, I let my food speak. If I put something out there on a plate that is incredible, happens to be vegan, that changes minds and hearts, and you know, it's incredible.
I see your wife and your daughter standing out there. Are they taste testers?
Oh, my wife for sure, yes.
That's love.
It is. Oh, it's love. And we'll be married 30 years this year.
Congratulations.
So, thank you.
Let's make some vegan magic.
Let's do that.
The hot dog, what kind of protein is this?
It's a pea and soy protein.
And this is your chili.
Yes.
Now, what's the protein in here?
This is a Beyond Crumble, a plain Beyond Crumble.
A lot of Coney places are hush-hush about their chili, but Pete was willing to dish a little.
How do you make your chili?
I use a blend of spices, salt, pepper, garlic, onion, and a few other things that are top secret. We're gonna throw that in our water.
Okay.
That's the hero right there.
Right there.
The spice is the hero.
The chili's brought to a boil, then thickened with potato starch. It was time to try my first vegan Coney.
That's a healthy ladle.
It is. I usually do a little more than that.
Wow.
So, yeah. Do a lot of onions. Here they are.
Let's give it a shot. That's really good. Especially the chili.
Thank you.
How long did you have to work on the chili recipe?
You know, I hit it right on the head when we first went vegan, and then I didn't write it down. So then it took me about a year after that to really nail it down.
But even with a winning recipe, times have been tough for CMO.
What was the pandemic like for you guys?
It hit us extremely hard, and we're still struggling and fighting, and you know, there's no quit in us, but it's been tough. Yeah.
How's the future look for you?
I really don't know. We're trying. We're working every day, but I don't know what the future holds. I really don't.
If it's based on the taste of that, your future's bright, my friend.
Thank you so much.
That is good.
Thanks so much.
Wow.
The history behind Detroit's Coney dog is truly an all-American tale, from the Greek immigrants who borrowed the name to a mashup of traditional flavors with a boardwalk staple. And now, there's a whole generation of locals who are ensuring that this regional hot dog is here to stay. I love the city of Baltimore. I've been coming here for years, and if there's one thing I know, The city of Baltimore is serious about his craft.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good evening, everyone. We're coming on the air with breaking news out of Maine, where 22 people were killed, 50 to 60 more injured in multiple shootings in the city of Lewiston, which is north of Portland. Police there releasing this photo of the suspect holding a rifle, saying the shooter is still on the loose after going on a rampage at multiple locations, including a bar and a bowling alley. Again, the suspect is not in custody, and police told people in the area to stay inside and off the roads. Let's go straight to NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz now with more. Liz, what else do we know?
Lester, yeah, this is an actively evolving situation right now. And as you mentioned, we have learned that at least 22 people have been killed, dozens of people injured in this shooting, and law enforcement saying that the shooter went to 3 different locations. One of them, like you mentioned, a bowling alley. And we were looking at pictures of this bowling alley online. It looks like a place that families, children could be gathering at. We know that the ATF in Boston is now responding, and law enforcement have released this picture here of a gunman holding that firearm in dark pants, a brown shirt. They are asking people to take a look at this picture to help identify this suspect, because there is a manhunt underway right now. The gunman remains on the loose. The city of Lewiston and the surrounding areas have now issued a shelter-in-place order. They are telling people to stay inside their homes, to lock their doors. The governor of Maine says she is actively monitoring this and is telling people to heed that warning, to stay inside. President Biden, according to a senior White House official, has also now been briefed on this. And so again, residents on lockdown right now from this shooting in Lewiston, about 45 minutes north of Portland. We know also that police have released images of a vehicle that they believe is also connected to this shooting. So a lot unfolding right now as we continue to monitor another shooting here in the
All
U.S.
right, Liz,
Lester.
let me ask you to stand by while I go to the phone and NBC News Chief Justice contributor Jonathan Dienst. Jonathan, anything your sources are telling you about who this person might be or what is motivating them?
They believe they have him identified, and they are actively seeking him and the vehicle they believe he is driving. We've been told that it may be a white Subaru, but that they have a pretty good idea who this suspect is. And one source tells us that he may have a past criminal record, but as per motive, there is no indication as to why this shooting has taken place. In the bulletins and briefings various law enforcement agencies have received, the death toll has ranged from a low of 16 to the more recent number of 22 that was put out by local police officials. So I have a range of fatalities between 16 and 22 dead, and the numbers injured is also a range. We've heard dozens, as few as 30, as many as 50, and that there may have been 2 or 3 locations, a bowling alley, a bar, and either a Walmart or Walmart distribution center. Again, this is in Lewiston, Maine. Bates College is nearby. A large Syrian immigrant population is in that city, and a former industrial city. But as for any sort of motive, obviously in the front of everyone's mind is this in any way connected to the tension in the Middle East? We have absolutely no indication of that at this time. Obviously, the number one focus now for law enforcement, federal and local, is to track that suspect, track that vehicle he's in, to stop the shooting. But again, a range of victims, anywhere from 16 to, again, local police are saying it's as high as 22 now, with dozens injured, a range of injuries, 30 to 50 people wounded by this armed suspect with a long gun. Again, we are told from law enforcement they do have an identity on him, but they have not put that out publicly, so we'll wait for additional details before we name him.
All right, Jonathan Dietz. Jonathan, thanks very much. That concludes this NBC News special report. We'll have much more ahead on our streaming network, NBC News Now, online at NBCnews.com, and tomorrow morning on Today. And if events warrant, we'll certainly hop right back on the air here this evening. I'm Lester Holt in New York. Thank you for watching, everyone. Good evening.
Bushels of crabs in order to get that tray. That's a lot of picking, and I don't think people realize how much work goes into getting an all jumbo lump.
Growing up, did you think you were going to end up here? You were going to be doing this?
No, but it was hard to get away from, and I couldn't see it going away. I couldn't see it ending with my parents. So
the pandemic hit.
Yes.
You really had to step up.
My father called me and I said, Dad, you guys cannot come in here. You know, we don't know anything about this virus and the effects, especially on the elderly. And I know you want to be here, but you can't. And he said, Damien, do whatever you do, whatever you can to make payroll. It just makes me cry when I think about it. He said, just make sure that we don't have to lay anybody off. I don't want to lay anybody off. I don't want anybody to lose their job. And we did it.
And I saw it back when I came here in the 90s, and I still see it today. This truly is a family.
Oh, it is a family. And it's funny because I often tell people, Mom and Dad don't treat the employees any differently than they treat me. And that's the God's honest truth.
Which could be a good or a bad.
That's the God's honest truth. And that's why you end up having so many multi-generation families staying here.
That's right. Fadley's isn't just a family-owned business. It's run by family as well. Multiple generations of employees, father and daughter, father and son, mom and daughter, all building a home here.
I've been here since a junior in high school, so I've been doing the thing for a while.
I'm gonna say it's been around 33, 34 years.
And I started in the 79, a week before my son was born.
I started at 14 years old, and I'll be 42 years old in December.
It's always a challenge working with family. A lot of personalities, but you love each other and it always works, you know, it always works well.
What's really bad is when your kids are grandmothers.
Mom, we were in the middle of an interview. Oh, you just broke in.
You have to start over?
Yes.
You were saying about the challenges of working with family?
Just a few of them, you know? Just a few.
While the family spirit makes customers feel at home, it's Fadley's crab cakes that keep them coming back.
What kind of oil do you cook your crab cakes in?
Soybean.
Soybean, thank you.
So excited to have this crab cake. And I watch people for the first time put it in their mouth and they go, oh my God. And they're standing at a table in a market. Yeah. They're not sitting down to a white tablecloth and having somebody serve it on a silver platter. It's on a paper plate, but it belongs on a silver platter.
Nancy created her recipe in 1987, saying she's never changed it. So, besides yourself, how many other people know the Fadley's crab cake recipe?
Sleep with her, she won't tell me.
He doesn't even know how to make a cup of coffee. Why would I tell him?
So some people use breadcrumbs. You use crushed up saltines.
Broken saltines, yes. And not fine, because you have to use more. So, and then this is the magic sauce.
This the secret sauce?
Yes.
So it's just enough to mix the ingredients together,
right.
Nothing more.
That's right.
And the big ball of crab right there.
That's it.
Boom. Oh, look at this. Oh, boy. Oh. It was just like I remember eating it 26 years ago.
You know what? I'm told that all the time when people come in here. The best part about this is you haven't changed a thing.
Now this is a legacy. Well, we know how the crabs end up, but how do they get them?
Let's go find out. Coming up, the generations of black watermen who've made a living pulling in Maryland's most famous catch. The Chesapeake Bay men and women who work these waters are probably just as famous as the legendary catch that they pull out. And in fact, it's back-breaking work that is passed on from generation to generation, including blackjacks. Those were the black watermen who worked these waters all the way back into the 1800s and are a vital part of this community. The Chesapeake Bay is home to a vast variety of seafood, but none as valuable or as well known as the blue crab. The catch here makes up over a third of the nation's supply, and on average, more than 50 million pounds of blue crabs are harvested from the bay.
I'm Captain Tyrone Meredith, charter boat captain, owner, and operator of the Island Queen II.
Captain Meredith knows these waters well. He grew up on them.
I'm the fourth generation waterman, and my great-grandfather, he worked on the water, my grandfather, and my father. We've been here ever since the 1860s, making a living working on the Chesapeake Bay.
This has been the way of life for generations of watermen here in Kent Narrows, a town just 50 miles south of Baltimore. For hundreds of years, they've caught, processed, and sold blue crabs to markets up and down the eastern shore. By the mid to late 1800s, Kent Narrows had also become one of many unlikely havens on the bay for free and enslaved African Americans.
There was more black watermen anywhere on the whole East Coast, probably in the United States.
Those watermen, also known as blackjacks, forged their path to liberation on the water. Their expertise essential to the booming seafood industry. So much so, the government granted some black watermen Seamen's Protection Certificates, providing sailors with American citizenship and a path to economic freedom.
Hey, Lois, I'm coming up on you now. Okay, I got you. Yeah? How'd it biting today?
This morning it did pretty good. Well, being out here is your own boss. You do what you want to do and got nobody to tell you, go get me this or go get me that.
75-year-old Lewis Carter still finds that same sense of freedom on the water today. He's also one of the last generations of black watermen alive. Every morning before the sun rises, he sets out to catch crabs in the bay.
I started in 1961, I was about 15, and I've been at it ever since. Right now, I'm going down the line, and when I get to the other end, I'll throw it off. Crabs will come up on that bait. The pressure from the water pushes them back in this dipper. Okay, these are the big, large males. You put them in one basket. That's a female with red claws. Put them in one basket.
He's one of the last Mohegans left. There's not too many people that still make a living from the water. Most of them moved away, got other jobs, and it's changing because it's harder to make a living from the bay.
Crabbing season runs from spring into late fall, but changes in climate, cost, and labor have made each successive year more challenging. As younger generations take up new trades, there are less people working the waters and ultimately fewer black watermen.
Back when I started, it was a plenty black watermen, but they died out and the younger ones never taken their place. In one way, it makes me feel bad, you know, and I don't think it'll be no chance no more black watermen. I really do believe that.
Captain Meredith estimates there are fewer than a dozen black watermen on the bay. Like many of his peers, he's had to turn to other work.
Back when I was crabbing teenager, I caught high as 50 bushel a day. Right now, crabbers catching 2 or 3 bushel a day. Now I started running charters, fishing charters, because crabbing started declining and the fishing was more lucrative money-wise.
And educational. His charters are an opportunity to keep stories of the blackjacks alive for generations ahead. Although tradition on these waters is changing, one thing remains the same.
Nothing tastes like the Chesapeake Bay Maryland crab. It's got that certain taste to them, and it's the only place like that in the world is the Chesapeake Bay blue crab.
Next, an up-and-coming Baltimore chef inspired by his family's love of cooking. Back in Baltimore, a new generation is putting a spin on the crab cake.
So I'm Alex Perez. I'm the owner of Poppy Cuisine. I'm an artist at heart, so cooking, the arts of culinary, that's something that I'm very passionate about. Not necessarily having a recipe to go off of and just getting in the kitchen, freestyling and coming up with a masterpiece.
It's that freestyling approach that brings people through these doors, clamoring for a taste.
Crab is king in Baltimore, so you're gonna see crab cakes, crab cake fries, crab cake egg rolls. Everyone's been going crazy over it as well.
This is the bomb.
So I just come back for that, and I enjoy it every time I come here.
We actually live in DC, so we rode all the way up here an hour just to come here.
Right now I'm drizzling our Warhead and our aioli sauces on it. I have family from the Dominican Republic. I'm Afro-Latino. I'm Black on my mother's side. And pretty much just always had a love for food and cooking food, eating food. So learning how to cook from my dad. So my dad taught me how to cook at the age of 10. I grew up, watching my grandmother cook a lot as well. So I started pretty much combining the foods that I learned to cook from my grandmother with the foods I learned how to cook from my father. And that's kind of like how the whole Poppy Cuisine, was born in her kitchen, essentially.
That was 8 years ago. While working a full-time job, Alex began building a new business on the side, catering food out of his grandma's kitchen. In February 2020, he was finally able to open a restaurant. Then, the pandemic hit.
Of course, a month later, we get the news that we had to shut down and only do takeout. So that just opened up the floodgates, essentially. And you had people standing in line, hundreds of people on the block in that mass, cars double parked up and down the streets. And it was mayhem.
During a global crisis, the city Alex was born and raised in rallied around him. Now, Poppy Cuisine is packed with locals and tourists alike. But the chef stays true to his roots, running it with close family and friends.
My little sister, Natasha.
Hi.
How's it going?
Natasha, my big bro, Alex.
I can employ family members, friends, and so forth, that people who I grew up with, people that I'm close to, and it's very rewarding,
Coming up, I'm going to grab my apron and join Alex and Grandma Gloria for a lesson in cooking crab.
Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you.
I wanted to meet Alex and his Grandma Gloria, the inspiration behind his cooking. So I dropped by their kitchen to say hello.
And what I know, I picked up from my grandmother, my mother-in-law, and just put my own spin on certain dishes. I didn't follow it to the recipe to the letter.
So you're able to ad-lib a little bit.
Yeah, but he's always asked me when I fix a dish, well, what did you put in this? How did you do this? And I would tell him, I said, you don't have to follow to the letter, put your own spin.
And Alex has done just that, turning the classic crab cake into an egg roll. Genius! The ingredients, simple. A pound of jumbo lump crab, panko breadcrumbs, aged cheddar cheese, egg roll wrappers, and a couple of sauces and microgreens to top it off. There's the star of the show, the crab meat. Put on an apron. I've got rubber gloves on. All right, patient's ready. So how do we get started, Alex?
Yeah, so first what you want to do is see, we have some Maryland jumbo lump crab here. So for the most part, it shouldn't have much shells in, but typically I like to sift through it. Just gotta see if there's any shells, and if so, you can put the shells right back in this container.
There you go. So Gloria, did you know you were helping raise a culinary genius?
Well, no, but I know he liked to eat.
This sauce in particular is our crab sauce mix. So we're gonna drizzle a little bit at a time, because I don't want to put too much, just enough to bind.
You got enough for Al?
Yep, I think I'll have enough.
She's stayed on me. I like this. I like this lady.
This is why I'm so particular about, when I'm doing things in the kitchen. Gonna start actually rolling these things up. Yes.
Why do you think this recipe is so popular at the restaurant, the most popular?
Well, I think because it pretty much gives you the ability to take a Baltimore favorite and make it handheld and on the go. It's throw in your hand
Kind of
and
street
eat.
food.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. So I think that's one of the biggest reasons it's very popular, other than the taste as well.
Right. Well,
Yeah, because that's
you can take it with you, but if it doesn't taste good,
exactly.
you're gonna come back for it.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take like a pinch of crab, something like a quarter cup or so. We're gonna sit in the middle.
That too much?
Yeah, we want to take a little bit out, a little pinch out. Actually, we want to put a little bit more in. Yeah.
Which is it?
All right, so that's perfect right there. That's perfect, perfect. And we're gonna literally fold them up envelope style.
What is it about cooking and family that is so important?
Yeah, I think for me, living a busy life as a business owner and a dad, a husband, and things like that, I feel like food is an opportunity for family to come together, talk about things, especially if you haven't seen each other in a long time. And it's, it's a way for us to connect. So, here you go.
Laura, is it true you've never done this before?
No, I haven't. It's true.
Oh. Could have fooled me that you never did this before. Look at that. Bam! Done!
Faster than I did.
Wow! Wow! It's a natural grandma thing. Love it. So now we're going to get the deep fryer up here and fry these bad boys up.
Oh, absolutely.
Woo! If you had to describe the heart of your cuisine, what is it, and how does Baltimore kind of is part of it?
Pretty much my story, and I think that connects very well to our Baltimore, because I grew up here, all my life, and I think everything that I faced during the time that I started this company up until now, I've been transparent about, and it resonated very well with the people in Baltimore, and they watched my journey through the years, and I feel like that's really the heart of what I do.
Make sure
it's having crisp around the edges and then things like that. So that's why I keep turning them, so it doesn't fry on one particular side too much. And just want to even fry.
Ooh.
Nice and golden.
So we want to cut these diagonally. So I'm going to drizzle. This is our aioli sauce, house made, and this is our warhead sauce right here. So the sauce is kind of sweet, has a tangy bite to it.
Kind of like Gloria.
Yep, that's right.
Well, I guess there's only one thing left to do.
Yeah, and that's
Try
the
the
piece.
Yeah, yeah. Crab cake egg roll.
Here we go.
Wow. Chef Alex, you have done Baltimore proud.
Thank you.
Our time here in Baltimore is coming to an end. We tried the traditional crab cake, tasted a modern spin with crab cake egg rolls, and even went straight to the source on the Chesapeake Bay. At the center of it all, one thing still ringing true: food tastes better when you eat it with family. When you think Texas, you think beef, brisket, and barbecue. But here in Austin, the state's capital, there's so much more than that. We've got folks and chefs from all around the world who are putting their mark on this city's culinary scene. And in fact, the spices and traditions that pay homage to their families are making Austin a hot food scene.
It's really kind of this melting pot of different people, their culture, and their food.
The creativity and the flavor that they put into the food is really artistry, right?
It's really the diversity of food. Like, you can get some of everything here.
So what keeps Austin weird and tasty? We're about to find out. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Austin is home to over 1,200 food trucks in food parks just like this one. But we're here for one specific truck. We're here for Tony's Jamaican, serving up fine Caribbean fare to Austin for more than 10 years. Meet food truck owner Tony Scott and his wife Kim. From humble beginnings in Kingston, Jamaica, Tony has made Austin his home since 2003, and he has always had a passion for flavorful food. When did you start cooking? How young were you?
10.
Tony's mother Hyacinth taught her sons how to be self-sufficient, especially in the kitchen. So you learned from Mom early on?
Yes.
What was it about cooking that you liked?
I don't know, I like food at those days.
Those skills learned during childhood would help Tony define his career. For nearly a decade, he worked a small beachside business, serving jerk chicken and drinks to tourists in Jamaica. But after 9/11, tourism to the island stalled. So Tony moved to the U.S. in search of better opportunities, eventually landing in Austin. With construction booming in the state capital, Tony quickly found a job as a painter, but it was his homemade lunches that reignited an idea. You're working, you bring in Jamaican food that you made, some of your friends taste and say, where'd this come from?
Yes, I cook my own food, and they was like, oh, you should, open a restaurant.
And it's been 10 years.
10 years now.
The 60-year-old chef opened Tony's Jamaican food truck in March of 2012. And his wife, Kim, has been one of his biggest supporters since the very beginning. What was the first meal he cooked for you?
Curry chicken and rice. And he invited me over, and once I had it, I didn't want to ask for more. You know how ladies are, we try to eat a little bit, maybe the salad kind of thing, don't want them to know that we that greedy. But it was so good, I asked for seconds.
So when Tony says, I want to do a food truck, your reaction?
I said, a what? I said, a food what? And I knew nothing about food trucks or however, so it was just all his idea. I just followed along. He said he wanted to do something, he had a vision. I said, okay, let's try it.
Despite high praise from friends and family for his grub, Tony's business wasn't exactly booming from the start. When you first opened up, was it successful right away?
No. I came out here 10 o'clock in the morning and I was all here until 3 o'clock the next morning. I make $37.
Wow.
And, I was still happy when I go home and she was like, how much money you make? And I was like, $37. And she break out laughing. And I was like, don't worry about it. And next day I come and I make $50-something and the next day I make $80-something. And I said, okay, I'm seeing increase.
Tony taking advantage of the South by Southwest crowds that flocked to Austin in early March. Shortly after the festival, his fledgling business got a big boost with a small write-up. Kim, what was the game changer? What put this place over the top?
Wow. His presence and his dedication.
Jerk chicken and oxtail.
Now, loyal customers are visiting this hotspot daily, decked out with the colors and vibes of Jamaica. From curried chicken and goat to jerk everything, food fans walk away feeling the island love. In 2018, Tony laid down more permanent roots in Texas.
You opened up a brick and mortar restaurant. Were you nervous about that?
A little bit. It was a lot of...
Let me hear. Kim, were you nervous about
yeah,
that?
I'm so glad you asked me that question. Yes, I was. It was something totally different, and from a food truck going into a brick and mortar. Now, I didn't come from the restaurant industry. I came from the finance side. Coming in, I was telling Tony, I said, I got this. I can run this, no problem. But oh, no. I was ringing the red light bell, like, hey, I need some help. It was challenging, but also it was fun.
Kim now helping run the business for both locations.
Family always mean a lot to restaurant. Sometimes she would say, you never know. One day it might be just me and you. You got to show me how to cut this meat. Jerk chicken and oxtail.
Thank you very much, sir. Have a great day.
You too. God bless.
Tony Scott dishes out hundreds of plates to hungry customers each day, but he's best known for one Caribbean specialty.
My mother is Jamaican, and in our house, oxtail was king.
Yes.
Oxtail stew, oxtail and dumpling.
Yeah.
Oxtail.
My mom is Southern, and she actually mentioned it to me. I said, oxtail, and she just said it was a beef. So I've never really had it.
And then when you first had it?
It was delicious, and I eat it all the time now. That's the problem.
Isn't it interesting that it was the cheapest cut of meat? Now it's considered a delicacy. You go to all these upscale restaurants, oxtail ravioli, oxtail rice, it's now everybody's into oxtail.
I know. No, I'm scared to go in a restaurant and not oxtail. Because the price is so high.
Bring on the oxtail stew!
Tony frequently sells out of the succulent oxtail, and it was finally time to see and taste why.
Welcome to the truck, Mr. Hahn.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it smells good. Smells like Jamaica.
Oh, hey. This is the oxtail, the famous oxtail that everybody go crazy over. Mm-hmm. And these are like the Jamaican product seasoning that we use. This have a good flavor to it.
Oh, wow. Tony's oxtails are seasoned with a spice mix that includes garlic powder, dried onion, paprika, black pepper, sugar, salt, and a few chef secrets.
This is my product that I make. It's have like onion, bell pepper, Scotch bonnet pepper. Also have a little bit of garlic in there.
So this is like your own concoction?
Yes. And then This is another Jamaican product they call. You ever have Blue Mountain coffee?
Yeah.
They say it's the best coffee in the world. Well,
Right.
this is the Blue Mountain product of burnt sugar.
Oh, wow.
And this is what we pour on it last. Give it that good color. Then we just mix this up. Make sure you rub it in properly. You want everything to rub into it. Normally, if you take a smell of it, even right now,
Oh, yeah.
you see, you can smell that flavor in it, and it don't even cook.
It smells good.
Right.
He then lets the oxtails marinate overnight. Then they're added to a pot with water and slow cooked for several hours.
This, what it comes out to be.
Oh, now we're talking.
For you to taste.
So I came to Austin. The result, truly out of this world.
You see how it fall off the bone.
Oh, yeah.
You know, we make sure it cook real tender because dental is very expensive. And you know, when you go to some place, you have eating that meat and you have to be to get it off the bone. You don't do that when you come here.
Good thing Tony feels like talking. I'm too busy eating. And it doesn't stop with the oxtails.
How is it, Mr. Hall?
That's fantastic.
This is curry goat right here. Taste that. This is the jerk pork.
Oh, jerk? I've never had jerk pork before. Oh.
And that's also my homemade jerk sauce that I made. Whoa. Okay, this is the famous curry chicken. And this is the carrot.
Oh, so at least I can say I had my vegetables today.
Yes.
Look at how tender that chicken is. Tony also serves traditional peas and rice, which brought on a wave of nostalgia.
This is black bean.
When you open that pot, I thought, wait a minute.
Yeah.
This is my mother's peas and rice. This is great. And just when I thought I'd had enough, wait a minute, I noticed.
These are beef patty.
I gotta try that. Oh, that's a great crust. As a reminder of how far Tony's love for cooking has taken him.
If you look up here, you see these little pots. This pot right here is when I just started out. This is what I usually cook rice into.
Wow.
The reason why I keep this pot to show people is where Tony's Jamaican food is coming from.
So what would you tell people who are thinking they've got a dream, they want to start something like you did? What would you tell them?
First, you have to motivate yourself to do it. And never give up on your dream. My mama always tell me, don't make nobody tell you you can do nothing.
Tony, thank you so much.
It's a pleasure. It is nice meeting you.
It feels like I'm back in Jamaica.
I'm glad you have that feeling.
Everything's going to be all right. Just a few miles from the hustle and bustle of downtown Austin is Mekon Bistro. It is a spot that's loved by locals and tourists alike for its Vietnamese comfort food.
Who's the better cook in the family? I'm not gonna even bother asking my mom about that because my mom is hands down the best cook.
Coi như là con tôi nó thằng này nấu ngon nhất.
Chef Will Hyun and his siblings opened Mekon Bistro to honor their mother, Ann Hang. A refugee who fled Vietnam after the fall of Saigon, Ann working tirelessly to provide for her family in the United States.
She took a chance to travel across the ocean with nothing in hand, working ever since she's been over here, working from morning to night, and still provide us with a hot meal every day.
When Mekon first opened, Will hoped that his mom would finally stop working, but Ann had other plans.
Technically, she's retired, but like I said, she would not stay home.
Ann's passion for food starting in her home country.
Mẹ chỉ hồi khoảng 17-18 tuổi đó là đi theo mấy người ở dưới quê mà người ta đi nấu đám cưới đó, này kia nọ. Rồi thì thích nấu vậy thôi.
In 1972, Ann married Kia Huynh. They had 4 children in Vietnam. Ann turning to cooking to help support the family.
Nấu ở chợ bán á, thì chỉ có khoảng 2 tháng cỡ đó à. Thì cũng bán nấu hủ tiếu à. Nấu đồ Việt Nam thôi.
This is my dad and my mom, like right before the fall of Saigon.
When the Vietnam War ended, the family was looking toward a better future in their homeland. But in 1975, the Viet Cong began to invade Saigon.
Giải phóng vô thì mẹ muốn tự do, không có muốn ở bên Việt Nam nữa, muốn đi tìm tự do.
Ann's husband fled the city first, Will leaving when he was just 7 years old.
It was scary. We left separately, me with my uncle and my mom with my 3 sisters that came a year later, because if you get caught, you were thrown in jail. Luckily, we made it out. We were rescued by cargo boats, but they rescued us. They took us to the Malaysian refugee camp.
Will and his uncle secured refugee status, eventually reuniting with Will's dad in the U.S. In the years spent apart from his mother, Will began experimenting in the kitchen with a little nudge from his uncle.
He told me that, there's only 2 of us. You're gonna have to do your share, so learn to cook something.
In 1983, Ann made the journey to the U.S. with her daughters.
Đi vượt biên thì nó đi tàu nhỏ thì nó cũng hơi khó khăn, nhưng mà qua được tới ấy rồi toàn tụ gia đình thì rất mừng. Tại vì chồng con gặp lại mặt chồng con hết, thành ra rất là sung sướng.
But adjusting to a new country as refugees was a struggle.
When we came over, nothing in our pockets. We relied on government assistance a little bit. Luckily, she's a great cook. So it wasn't bad for us at all. Growing up, that's how she shows us that she loved us by putting all that love into the food.
The family moving from Houston to Louisiana, finding work in the seafood industry. But Will wasn't so happy living in a small town. When his uncle invited him to attend high school in Austin, Will said yes right away.
I fell in love with Austin. The beautiful lakes, the miles of trails, the music scene. What's there not to love?
Austin's vibrant culinary scene struck a chord. After high school, Will found work in several restaurants, dreaming of being able to showcase his mom's cooking. In 2015, the entire family moving to Austin. But Ann still wasn't sure about opening a restaurant.
Asked her many times in the past to do something like that. She's dead set against it. She said it's just way too much work.
Eventually, Ann agreed to share her recipes for just one reason, her family.
Thích làm với con cái mới lên hát với cho con. Chứ giờ lớn tuổi rồi thì cũng còn sống được bao lâu nữa. Thì là giờ cho con được là ngày nào thì hay ngày nấy, thì hát cho con mình ngày nào thì hay ngày nấy thôi.
She's emotional because she basically she's doing everything for her kids.
The first dish Will added to the menu, his mom's pho.
So pho, at a restaurant is basically how we do pho at home. When we cook pho at home, it's a big pot that's gonna feed us for at least 3 days. We have pho for breakfast, we have pho for lunch, we have pho for midtime snack, we have pho for dinner, and pho at night for snack at night, until the pot's gone.
With the help of his family, Will created several new dishes.
Our menu does incorporate a lot of fusion Asian dishes, and that is because of the family business. My mom's a cook, I cook, my sister cooks, my brother cooks. Second beef dish was something that I've tried out. I consider myself a Texan. We love beef. It's a dish that my mom and I collaborated together to put out. Basically, just cubes of real nice tender beef that's been flashed in a wok.
It's been 6 years since Mekong Bistro opened, and Will and his mom still love working together.
Làm ăn gia đình thì cái này cũng như giúp cho con thôi. Thì thấy nó tự xúc động rồi mình ấy vậy thôi, chứ mẹ đâu có biết làm sao giờ. Mình thấy hy sinh cho con mình được ngày nào thì hãy ấy vậy thôi. Mình thấy nó xúc động vậy thôi.
I admire her greatly. The courage it takes just to make that journey and to just stick with us no matter thick and thin. She's my hero. She really is my hero.
Using food to bring younger generations closer to their heritage happens in families all across America. And it's happening here at Habesha with a husband and wife team who's using their restaurant to bring their daughters closer to their Ethiopian roots.
We want, more than anything else, people to be familiar with not just Ethiopian food, but Ethiopian culture. My name is Ine Pantu. This is my wife, Salama Bebe.
We ran an Ethiopian restaurant called Habesha in Austin.
When it opened in 2013, Habesha was the second Ethiopian restaurant in Austin.
People, they come in here, we give them the food, they said, "Where's the fork?" Your hands.
Ethiopian food is eaten with injera, a fermented flatbread made with teff, a gluten-free grain.
You'll see a family dining, and everyone is on their phone eating and really not enjoying the event.
Not
you cannot
here.
do that in Ethiopian restaurants. You have to use your hands. You can't.
Both of them.
That emphasis on family is everywhere at Habesha, from the Ethiopian art and decor to Yidni and Salam's daughters, who can often be found studying at the restaurant.
I think I was like around 4 years old when we opened, so like this is like my second home.
Salam and Yidni were born and raised in different parts of Ethiopia. In the 90s, they left Africa to attend college here in the United States. Yidni immigrating to Texas, Salam to Maryland, where her family owned an Ethiopian restaurant. A chance meeting bringing them together.
My dad was visiting a friend dining at her family restaurant, and she happened to be the waitress. And he overheard a music playing and asked her, "Hey, where could I get the CD? And she was nice enough to grab the CD and hand it to him.
But Yidney's dad was thinking about more than music. When he got home, he immediately gave his son a call.
And he said, hey, just call her and thank her for me.
When he called me, I was like, I give it to your dad, not for you. And then he kept calling me. I was like, okay, I think he's not gonna give up.
My dad was one who hooked me up to this.
They dated long distance before Salam moved to Texas, the couple marrying in 2003. Their daughters, Edel and Azel, are now teenagers.
I think we've always been around food. My mom's always cooking.
For me, I love her pancakes. She makes the best pancakes.
Salam left the restaurant industry to focus on parenting, but Yidney knew his wife's heart was in cooking professionally.
What I saw in her was the passion to own her own business.
I really want to open a restaurant, and I love the customer service and cooking.
In 2012, Yidney and Salam finding the perfect location for their restaurant.
Austin is a very unique town in that there is people from all walks of life. And I think part of the reason that we are successful is because of that diversity.
Habesha's menu honors their Ethiopian heritage with many vegetarian dishes, from stewed yellow split peas to braised collard greens. They also serve more than a dozen dishes with beef.
Texas has a lot of people that loves meat, so we have a bigger selection of meat as well. And I think my favorite dish, and that is the kitfo, or the steak tartare. When it's done right, that's probably the best dish in the world.
There's a ground beef and mixed with butter and spices.
When the pandemic hit, Habesha's popularity helped save them from closure.
And I said, okay, this is it. I think we're gonna fall down now. And then people, they support us. They love to be here. They send us check. They send us cards. We have a good community.
The donations from fans kept them afloat until they figured out a to-go plan.
Before COVID, takeout business was only 3 or 4% of our business. And overnight, we had to do 100% of our business. And by nature, Ethiopian food is not takeout, so we had to figure out a way to package the food, to market the food.
After laying off most employees, the couple had to work nonstop. As the to-go business began ramping up, Edel and Azel pitched in to support their parents and save their beloved second home.
I would write down like the orders, like the online orders, and I would like put them in the kitchen and cleaning, washing the dishes, cutting the injera, like folding it, boxing up to-go orders.
They did a lot, and they're part of the reason why we're still around. So I'm sorry I get a little emotional when I talk about them, but yeah, they're incredible. They're just a love of my life. One of the things that we instill in them is knowing who they are, where their parents came from, and learning the culture, learning the food.
Salam is looking forward to a busier future at her dream restaurant.
I want to grow this business, and a lot of people, they never had Ethiopian food. They had Chinese food, Italian food, or Indian food, so they don't know about Ethiopian food.
I'm really proud of her because like she gets frustrated at times, but she doesn't let that like stop her. A really big inspiration to me. Whenever things get hard, you just keep going.
Best part working with your partner is the fact that you're there for each other, to comfort each other when it's down, and to be there when your partner needs you.
The best part of it, he knows what I can't do, he covered. The same thing, he cannot cook. So, okay, she can handle it.
With Austin's welcoming atmosphere, it's no surprise that more chefs are putting down roots in this fast-growing city.
It's everything from James Beard award-winning chefs and taqueros and even home cooks.
The thing that makes a food scene good is different cultures meeting each other and being able to influence each other.
The fact that anything is possible is what makes Austin such a cool place.
One thing that rings true here in Austin, no matter your background or culture, there's room for everyone at the table. With coastline that stretches for more than 60 miles, South Carolina's Grand Strand is home to some of America's most beautiful beaches. Here in Myrtle Beach, family-friendly activities, energetic nightlife, and natural attractions have made this place a tourist hotspot for decades. As a beach town, seafood's a real star of the show here, from crispy fried fish to creative daily specials. And of course, Carolina classics like shrimp and grits. I'm here to savor every last bite of this city's freshest catch. Let's dive in. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Fresh seafood has been a big draw to Myrtle Beach since the late 19th century, according to historian Becky Billingsley.
They would have these huge nets out there on the beach that took like 20 people to grab the nets and pull them in. Then they had these little fish shacks set up on the beach where they could fry the fish. And so you could also get a fish dinner right there on the beach.
Today, Myrtle Beach welcomes over 19 million tourists each year, and its food scene has evolved from simple beach shacks to more than 2,000 restaurants feeding all those hungry visitors. So even if fishing isn't your thing, there are plenty of ways to enjoy Carolina's freshest catch. Murrells Inlet is a charming fishing town just 25 minutes from downtown Myrtle Beach. This quaint area is actually known as the seafood capital of South Carolina. I'm at Seven Seas Market, a community favorite that's known for its impressive variety of local fish. Each day, the fishermen here are hauling in everything from shrimp to grouper, mahi-mahi, and more. Some might say it's shrimply the best.
Hey, Al.
Hey there.
How you doing?
Chris Conklin has been running this place for 15 years.
We're able to source the finest fresh local seafood known to man with our own fishermen and our own boats.
His son Christopher, already a seafood fan, often coming to help out. Bingo, I see who's going to be taking over the business. Seven Seas was founded by Chris's dad, Phil Conklin, in 1985.
So this is a giant bluefin tuna. There's Phil, my dad.
Phil was an engine man in the Navy, later becoming an avid sports fisher. After a visit to Murrells Inlet, he fell in love with the marsh's bountiful catch and was inspired by local markets that caught and sold their own seafood.
We own 6 of our own boats now that fish for the snapper and grouper, and we have 2 shrimping boats as well.
Murrells Inlet has a long history of commercial fishing. Until the mid-20th century, slaves and black Americans who harvested fish here were known as creek boys. Following the Civil War, it became a paying job for any skilled fisherman.
And they were young men who would have several families that they caught seafood for.
The area's unique geography lends itself to a wide variety of fish and shellfish.
So that inlet in between the ocean and the land is an interesting mix of brackish and fresh water. And that's where we get our oysters and clams and crabs and really unique, fresh, not too salty, but just salty enough.
Today, Murrells Inlet is a hotspot for nightlife with plenty of restaurants and bars, but few seafood markets remaining. Seven Seas is one of the last places still catching and selling its own fish.
How we doing?
Hey, fellas. What's going on? Hi. Have a good trip?
Indeed.
Nice.
For Chris, a passion for seafood started as a kid. At 12 years old, he got his first fishing boat. On the weekends, catching flounder to sell at Seven Seas. He joined his dad full-time after college.
We were like best friends, you know. We'd work all day, sweat, blood, tears, whatever.
In the early 2000s, Chris's best childhood friend Henry Ford joined the business.
We did a bunch of hunting and fishing together. Chris is like a brother to me.
Henry soon became like a member of the family. The trio worked together until Phil's passing in 2018.
It was a huge loss, but you just got to pick your chin up and keep on.
Henry taking on more responsibilities. Today, he's a co-owner at Seven Seas.
So the art to a very good fish display is to make them look like they're all swimming.
The market offering up to a dozen local seafood options, from red snapper, bluefin tuna, to grouper, flounder, oysters, and of course, shrimp. They also bring in seafood from all across the country. Under Chris, they've expanded beyond retail, supplying several fine dining establishments across the city.
How about this good-looking seafood we brought you?
Chris is proud carrying on his father's fishing legacy.
A lot of customers, they hold us near and dear to their heart, and they like to brag, so I enjoy being people's seafood guy.
Time to see the seafood guy in action. Seven Seas processing thousands of pounds of fish and shrimp daily. I helped unload the market's latest catch, South Carolina white shrimp.
Take it right up there to the scale.
All right, here we go. On a good week, how many pounds will you sell of these?
1,000 pounds a day in the summertime.
1,000 pounds a day?
Just shrimp, yes, sir.
The shrimp gets covered in a layer of ice. The final step? A lesson from Chris and Henry in the fine art of cleaning and deheading shrimp.
What we do is we pick the shrimp up like this. And every shrimp you touch, you have to pinch it.
Why?
Right? To pinch the head off, right?
Oh. The shrimp get organized into 3 sizes, medium, large, and extra large. What makes South Carolina shrimp special?
They come from really clean water. We don't have a lot of mud, and they're much sweeter.
Can you taste a shrimp and tell whether it's come from South Carolina or not?
100% I can, yes, sir.
Wow. How about you, Henry?
Yeah, absolutely.
Coming up, I get a taste of South Carolina's famous shrimp. After prepping a mountain of shrimp at Seven Seas Market, I couldn't wait for a taste of this fresh catch. Co-owner Henry Ford whipping up a spread of local shellfish steamed to perfection with their house blend of spices.
And I've even got some stone crab claws. Chris and I went and caught yesterday.
Oh, this is great. So, do you ever get tired of seafood?
Absolutely not. Not at all. I could eat seafood every day if I could.
Seven Seas also sells several house-made specialties, many crafted by Henry, including a smoky fish dip and a Carolina favorite, she crab soup. What is she crab soup?
It's crab meat, and it's a cream-based soup.
Oh, wow.
And we sell out of it every day.
Woohoo!
Oh, yes, sir.
I can see why. Just being surrounded by seafood all day isn't enough for these two. They find time every week to hop on a boat and reel in a catch together. So when you guys, Henry, are out on the boat fishing, what's it like?
Oh man, it's actually, after being at work all week, it's actually heaven on earth to get out there.
Chris, how important is it to continue this legacy of South Carolina seafood?
We're like the last of the Mohicans. It's a lot easier to get seafood from other places, other countries. We go through all the trouble of having our own boats and trying to perpetuate what little bit is left of the South Carolina seafood industry. That's why we stay so busy.
Well, I got to tell you, this is some of the best shrimp I've ever had.
Yep.
Oh, man, this is great shrimp.
Oh yeah, it's good. You know what? For all your hard work today, after this lovely meal, we filled your belly. I want to give that to you as a gift from Chris and I, saying thank you.
Well, thank you.
Yes, sir.
You're part of the crew now.
All right. Aye, aye, Captain.
My definition of soul food is food that is made with love and care. My mom used to always tell me, son, don't never make anything or never sell anything that you wouldn't eat. So that's my definition of soul food.
Word has it, if you're looking for some real soul food in Myrtle Beach, Big Mike's has the best soul food in town. Born and raised in Myrtle Beach, owner Mike Chestnut is a well-known member of this community, bringing people together with recipes from his mom's kitchen for over a decade.
Just like from Mama's house. And I'm like, man, this is delicious. I can't think of any soul food restaurant that I go to that is better than this.
Time to meet Big Mike. Nice
Welcome
to
to Big
see
Mike's.
you.
Yes,
Mike.
sir. Good to
I'm
see you.
Al.
Hey.
All right.
Yes,
So
sir.
you guys all work here, right?
Yes, sir. Yep.
From Big Mike to Little Lennox, Big Mike's Soul Food isn't just family owned. You got all family from top to bottom.
My wife, Maxine, she worked here. And then also my oldest son, Michael, and my youngest son, Marcus, and my daughter, Michaela.
It's the whole family. I mean, it's a family reunion.
The whole
almost
ball of
every day.
wax. Yes, sir.
Mike Chestnut, AKA Big Mike, has spent his entire life in Myrtle Beach, and he's become a well-known figure about town.
He's always willing to give a hand to anybody who needs it, and he also takes pride in his work.
Since I grew up here, I just want to feel like I'm giving back to the community. Serve as a deacon at our church and city councilman involved in a lot of other organizations, whether it's the NAACP or American Culinary Federation. And then the restaurant, that's my true love, I'll be honest with you.
Where'd your love of food come from?
I would got to say it's from my mom. She could get in the kitchen at 7 o'clock in the morning and just had fun at what she was doing.
Big Mike's mom, Rosalie Chestnut, worked in many restaurants in the area as a cook. With her encouragement, her son's kitchen career began at just 12 years old as a dishwasher. But it didn't take long for his diligence and talent to shine through.
The chef that was there, he just saw something in me, and I remember he went to the general manager and said, hey, I want Mike to come back and prep with me.
Mike worked the line at a country-style restaurant while going to school for not one, but 2 culinary programs. For nearly 20 years, Mike rose in the kitchen ranks, but he always dreamed of owning his own business. Mike soon found the answer to his prayers in a familiar spot.
We saw this building, it was ready, and timing was right. The high school used to be in the shopping center across the street, and we would actually jump the fence and come over here and eat lunch and go back. But who would ever thought that 40 years later we end up buying the place?
Sadly, Mike's mother passing away before she could see him fulfill his dream. What do you think she would think of this place?
I think she would be proud of us to say you're trying to do something to keep the family together and also provide a living and feed the family.
What's the best advice she gave you?
People always eat with their eyes. So if it looks good, it's going to be good.
Oh man, does this look good. Sweet yams, mac and cheese, fried chicken, collard greens. Those are just a few of Big Mike's soul food specialties.
Seafood basket, catfish with fries.
Obviously, seafood is a big deal.
Yes, sir.
Here. What do you do seafood-wise?
We do fried whiting, and then we do catfish.
Serving up seafood is a sure way to catch diners' attention here in Myrtle Beach. Big Mike's Soul Food carries on a culinary legacy that's steeped in history. The term soul food was coined in the 1960s as a source of pride for many African Americans. But the cooking tradition has evolved over centuries and continents.
African Americans, when they were forced to live here, they had to do what they had to do. So they incorporated what we had here into the taste they had there, and they incorporated their master's taste too. So it all merged together to be a French, English, Scottish, Dutch, African American, Native American melting pot of flavors.
Soul food restaurants began popping up all over the United States as Black Americans migrated from the rural South, many becoming integral to their local communities. Is it important to have a Black-owned restaurant?
No question.
As part of the food scene?
Yes, sir. It lets the community know, hey, if Mike can do it, I can do it. Because I tell people, you know, I grew up in a little area outside the city called Race Path. A lot of drugs, a lot of crime, and who would ever thought that we would be able to open up a restaurant in the heart of Myrtle Beach.
I couldn't wait to get into the heart of this restaurant, the kitchen.
We're gonna do a Big Mike special today, meat and 3.
A signature meal of the South, meat plus 3 sides that is, started popping up in urban diners in the early 1900s.
We're gonna do some fish, we're gonna do some hush puppies and some coleslaw and some mac and cheese.
All right, let's get started.
All right, well, we're gonna start with some hush puppies over here.
Hush puppies, made from cornmeal batter, can be sweet or savory.
We probably go through a couple hundred of them, and we do them all by hand. Let them cook for a little minute.
All right.
And then we're gonna come back over and do the fish.
All right.
My fish is going in cornmeal batter, and we add a little bit of extra seasoning to this.
That little special thing?
Little special season that we make up there. It's nice, light batter on it.
Right. With our fish and first side in the fryers, Mike whips up some coleslaw.
Okay.
Starting with all the usual fixings, cabbage, mayo, vinegar. But Big Mike has another secret ingredient up his sleeve.
Some people don't put relish in it, but I put relish in mine.
Relish? Oh, that's good.
And the sweetness of the relish.
And that relish, I would have never thought of adding relish. And with our fish a golden brown, hush puppies fried to perfection, and coleslaw ready to serve, time for the third side, mac and cheese. Just how his mama made it.
There we go,
Ooh.
Big Mike special.
Oh my gosh.
It'll hit the spot.
I mean, it's so light.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's not a heavily breaded fish. And I'm a huge hush puppy.
Okay.
God, it's got this sweetness to it.
Yes, sir.
That is about as good as it gets.
All right.
Wow. Wow is right. I haven't had flaky fish like this since I was a kid back in St. Albans, Queens. I clean my plate, just like everybody else who walks through the doors here.
I just want to leave something for my grandkids and kids to say, hey, this is a family thing and we want to keep it going.
Just a stone's throw from the shore is Myrtle Beach's Arts and Innovation District. Winna's Kitchen is one of the newest restaurants in this part of town. Here, Chef Jess Sagan is delighting tourists and locals alike with her elevated brunch staples. She's also on a mission to give back to the community, extending a helping hand with warm meals to those in need. Hey, Al, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, so glad to be here. And what's going on here? It seems like there's a lot of cool kids hanging out here.
These are our grandchildren. My daughter Kenzie and her 5 kids.
Now, you usually don't find kids studying at a restaurant, but here at Winna's Kitchen, owner Jess Sagan loves keeping her family close by. So close, in fact, that all 5 of her grandchildren are homeschooled right here in the basement. So there's always time for a bit of family fun.
I'm on a rock right now.
I'm Rob Bass and I can't get down. I'm not into that.
Jess's daughter, Kinsey, doesn't just teach here. She's also the co-owner and deeply invested in the heart and soul of this culinary adventure.
I'm the brains and she's the brawn, but she's also the brains. I do a lot of the creative elements of the menu, but the day-to-day kitchen line restaurant is Kinsey.
Even the name of the place is a nod to family.
My mom's name was Linda. Her nickname was Winna. And when my mom passed away, she had a lot of regrets. And I knew that opening a restaurant was something that I would have a regret about if we didn't give it a shot. It was pursuing a dream, but also investing in a community that we believed in.
At Winna's Kitchen, those facing homelessness are able to enjoy a meal totally free of charge.
We say this all the time. We didn't open a 30-seat restaurant to make a lot of money. We opened a 30-seat restaurant to make an impact.
And how do you do that?
Our patrons can pay $5 and they'll either hang a card, it'll say number 1, and we'll feed somebody for it, or they can take that card with them, and if they see somebody out on the street that they think needs it, they can give it to them. But our goal is to kind of restore dignity to people. They get to sit down at a table or the bar and be served.
It's a calling that stems from her own journey. There was a point in your life where things were pretty tough.
In my mid to late 20s, I took a leave of sanity, I say. I just checked out, and I ended up making some really bad choices that led me into a place of addiction and ultimately homelessness. Then I ended up going to live at the rehab program for homeless people, and I completed that program, and almost 6 years later, here we are.
In rehab, Jess met her future husband, Walt, a volunteer from a local church program. Back on her feet, she devoted her professional life to her faith, serving as a worship pastor for 2 decades. What led you to opening up a restaurant?
It is the food. We love to eat, y'all.
Jess and Kinsey got their start in the food world by catering benefits for a local nonprofit. After a string of successful dinners, they took the plunge, opening Winna's Kitchen in 2021. The first item on their menu? The free #1 special. So what about for the folks who come in who need that meal? What's their reaction?
The #1 reaction we get is they are so hesitant to let us serve them. We often have people, they're like, hey, do you need help with the dishes? And I'm like, no, you're a patron.
Jess doesn't stop at serving free meals. She's given many a second chance, employing people who have faced addiction or homelessness. Not a lot of restaurants give back to the community. How did that evolve?
So there's this passage of scripture, when you invite people to your house for a meal, invite the lowly in. And I would say it's easy to do nice things for people who are gonna do nice things for you. But the real gift in the kingdom for us is doing things for people who can't do anything for you. And showing up for people who can't show up back. And loving people who might not ever love you back or even appreciate you back. That's really investing in people. And that's who we want to be.
I mean, it's like dignity's on the menu.
It is. Dignity is on the menu.
Kinsey is just as passionate about her mother's mission.
I'm so proud of my mom.
You're doing great, sweetie. I love you.
She has experienced such a hard life, and her attitude, her ability to overcome is just I think most people would just lay down and give up, and it just drives her to do more and be more.
She teaches her kids at Winna's so they can learn from their grandma's compassion on a daily basis.
She is nice to everyone, and she's independent at the same time.
The legacy my mom will give us is not this building, it's how she taught us to treat each other, how she teaches us to interact with each other.
In addition to helping others, Jess is also dedicated to highlighting seasonal, locally sourced ingredients.
My grandparents were very farm to table. I mean, before farm to table was a thing. Both my sets of grandparents had gardens that we ate off of all summer. We're in the South. There's a lot of fried chicken and a lot of French fries and a lot of fried everything. But my daughter and I both like food that's a little bit different, a little bit elevated.
The mother-daughter duo putting their spin on brunch classics like fluffy ricotta pancakes with lemon curd and a deconstructed chicken pot pie.
Oh man, that was the best dessert I've ever had.
But there's one dish that's been a menu mainstay since the beginning. When it comes to Jess's take on this Southern classic, the sauce is the boss. What's the thing that makes your shrimp and grits so special?
It's our sauce. It's kind of this mix between cream and tomato. It's infused with some secret spices and some ham stock.
Maybe you show me how this is done?
I'd love to.
Winna's Shrimp and Grits starts with, of course, the shrimp.
We try to use large local shrimp. They're really sweet. They got the perfect amount of salt.
Stock gives her signature sauce a richer flavor. How do you make your ham stock?
We don't share all of our secrets
okay, all righty. Jess then searing the shrimp in clarified butter, seasoning them with Kinsey's secret spice blend.
It does have salt, pepper, garlic, a little bit of dill, and a little bit of something else in it.
Something, and a little something.
I'm not being coy. I don't know what she puts in.
And what's shrimp and grits without cheesy grits? Each batch made fresh every morning.
Well, now what kind of cheese is that?
The main cheese in here is some coastal cheddar.
The shrimp finished with a drizzle of buttery love. Then, time to plate it up.
So we're gonna let you help finish this off. This is a little bit of Parmesan that we've just kind of chunked up.
To top it off, cherry tomatoes and some microgreens. And of course, the best part, tasting. That's fantastic, Jess. When you present something like this to the community, how much pride does this bring you and Kinsey?
I think it's why we do what we do. You know, shrimp and grits is really a humble dish. And we've just taken it and put a ton of care into it. When I was growing up, people would say, love is a secret ingredient. It's true. And so elevating food is not just about making it fancy. It's about taking the level of care to make it look a certain way. Yeah. And I think that adds to nourishing people, not just with the food they eat, but their spirit too.
Well, my spirit feels very good right now. Whether you're looking to kick back with casual beachy fare or enjoy elevated modern menus, Myrtle Beach is a seafood lover's paradise. The very best of South Carolina's most beloved dishes can all be found right here. And there's no doubt that the thriving restaurant community shapes the heart and soul of this vibrant coastal city. This episode of Family Style is sponsored by Visit Myrtle Beach.